Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, the illustrious sausage Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire, and we're back. It's been a minute. I took last week off, but yeah, we're back streaming with HI3. I did do what I said I would do. I've caught up on like all the main manga at the very least. So I haven't read some of the side ones, but we've completed Second Eruption, Ozzer Waters, Saint Freya High, the Gratitude Arc, AE Invasion. I actually didn't read Moonshadow. Oops. World Serpent, London Holiday, Second Key, Alien Space. We read The Divine Key, we read Blade of the Empyrean, and there were others in there that aren't on the official stuff and whatever, blah, 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 blah. I've read a lot. Durandal's pretty cool. Sue's still alive, apparently. Just at the bottom of the Sea of Quantum. So, alive, but alive? But yeah, so I know a lot more. I am glad I didn't read London Holiday. I probably should have read a bit ago. But I'm glad I didn't read the follow-up one with Sue and Durandal until after Elysian Realm. Also, it definitely seems to me. So I've questioned a few times. My theory is still that actually I should pull up the page. My theory is still that Durandal is Kiana. It was in fact heightened by a specific page in London Holiday where she's threatening by her aura a one Mr. Auto Apocalypse. I need to see. And I'm going to pull up said page. Image. Fuck is it? There it is. Right now. Yeah, this page, if I wasn't convinced that she's real Kiana before, I am now, just from this. I don't know what it is, but this has just such huge Kiana vibes to me. But I did find out through it that she genuinely trusts Otto, and I didn't read the Durandal visual novel, but from what I've picked up, it seems like she has amnesia. Like, she doesn't remember that she's Kiana if she is. Which will be interesting to see what they do with that. But yeah, I still very much believe that she is Kiana. It's also really interesting. I was informed before that the original pitch for Star Rail was going to be like stuff being launched from HI3. It was going to be like directly connected. And the fact that the second Divine Key that has, the Hersher the Void powers that can create portals and all that was a train definitely feels to me like that was supposed to originally be the Astral Express. Like, that was how Welt was going to leave. You can also see in Alien Space, it's just a little tiny bit on one of the panels, but you can see Star Rail Himiko's design as the reason that Welt is going off into space. Also, I hope the sugars come back in Star Rail at some point. I think that would be interesting. But yeah, you can see like the shifting of designs and everything. But that means I looked up, and it seems like Alien Space ended in early 2020, which means they were like, at the very least, they had the basic idea and Himiko's design for Star Rail done by then. Which is cool. I like stuff like that. But forget all of that. It's time for me to return to my auto-apologist roots as we go into Thus Spoke Apocalypse and go to the EX chapter first. Once again, I affirm that Siren did nothing wrong. I love Siren. I love Siren so much. Hey, it's Durandal. Oh, hey, and I'm pretty sure this is the battle suit that Sue gives her in the end of what the fuck is the name of it? Second Key. Yeah, of course it was Second Key. It was about the Second Key. You're a fucking idiot. Okay. It burst all creation. This much you should understand. I am the origin of all things, and I am the destroyer of all things. 6 a.m. The girl finished her warm-up and turned off her personal fitness training device. The device had been created nearly half a century prior, originally designed for astronauts. It included an air-pressurized system that could simulate a low-gravity environment. Some years later, a Valkyrie at HQ pulled this aging but unusually durable device out of storage and began to use it in morning exercises. That Valkyrie's name was Ragnar Lodbrok. I do now know of I would have been very confused with this person. This is, I believe, also from the Durandal visual novel, but is like Durandal, like the person that found Durandal, and I don't know if she raised her, but brought her to like the orphanage that she grew up in. She was one of the reasons the girl chose to become a Valkyrie. Oh, okay, she was just thinking of her. This is just Durandal. 21,358 meters. Feeling good today. Wow, that's a lot. Well, I'm at it. Might as well do some tactical training. Warm-up begins. Please perform the tactical actions as instructed. Oh. Okay, this is really cool. Okay, and this has its own combo. Oh, hold. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay. Yelan does something like that in her animations where she like kicks the bow. Okay, this battle suit is sick. Alright, and she still has the stinger. Oh, okay, yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, because we're in the Siege of Sumeru right now. Her tactical training complete, the girl entered the simulated environment generated by Sumeru and capped off her morning exercise with some meditation. So for those that haven't read the manga, Sue basically had a pocket bubble universe that he created for himself within the second key, called the Siege of Sumeru, and he had control of it, and it lets him like look at alternate universes, yada blah 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 blah. At the end of the manga, Sue detaches the bubble he's in and lets it float to the bottom of the Sea of Quanta, which is also how Kevin ended up in the Sea of Quanta. Sue is the one that trapped him there, and gave control of the second key and the Siege of Sumeru to Durandal. And today her meditation was accompanied by Divine Key Abyss Flower. So I also didn't realize until I was reading the manga that the Abyss Flower is a Divine Key. I probably should have. I'm sure they mentioned it, but I didn't really know what a Divine Key was like back when they would have said it, so it like went over my head. This powerful weapon, reserved for the strongest of Valkyries, had been given to the girl 3 years earlier by the Overseer himself. She had broken multiple records and became the youngest Valkyrie in history to reach A rank and S rank. Gradually, she became the most trusted second in command on the battlefield. Yet in her heart, the girl had a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. The uneasiness wasn't about the lifestyle she lived. She understood well that from the moment she joined the Valkyries, she would live a certain kind of life. She would carry the fate of the masses on her shoulder and fight tirelessly for all that is good. She would spill her blood without hesitation, as a Valkyrie does, as the Schicksal line tells you to. The girl had accepted all of this. We could even say she learned to thrive in dangerous situations. But the older she got, the more she had to face an uncomfortable realization. No matter what values you hold, sometimes you have to make trade-offs. That is to say, when it comes to bearing responsibility and fulfilling one's duty, sometimes one must take priority over the other. And for the girl in particular, it seemed that everything she had experienced had been planned out by the Overseer. Yeah, that's not a surprise. From her journey to the Sea of Quanta to her encounter with the Pioneers, all of it was ordered by the Overseer. I don't think that's totally true. Otto seemed surprised when the second key, grabbed her. Like Krishna guiding Arjuna in the Mahabharata. I've never been good at pronouncing it. I very much know what it is, but because Fate, the Indian mythos is big in Fate. I've never been good at pronouncing it. I hope I said it right. He seemingly molded her life with his own hands. That he definitely did. The girl was not sure that she could accept such a life, even though Arjuna was a hero whose name was known by all. I need to read the Mahabharata myself one day, because I feel like I know so much about it, but in the same way I know a lot of stuff that's in Fate, which is very much the Fate interpretation, which, considering my favorite mythos of all time is Faust, and quickly catching up to that is Odysseus. Fate isn't exactly faithful to a lot of stuff. I don't have any particular dislike to Fate Odysseus. He is also from an alternate evil dimension, so it's different. But I don't know. I still think having Odysseus, his noble phantasm being the Trojan horse, is such a disservice to Odysseus, because I think the Trojan War is the least interesting part of Odysseus' story. The Lotus Eaters, the fight with the Cyclops, everything with Circe, the journey between Scylla and Charybdis, and the fact that he made it, I think are all way, way bigger things. I just boats in general. He survived Poseidon attacking it. Anyway, the windbag should be really his noble phantasm, I think, more than the Trojan horse. Anyway, Fate rant over. And despite the fact that until now she had never felt dissatisfied with her life.
Bianca,
I've returned. Also, I learned Bianca is Durandal's real name. Her name is not Durandal, it's just the title she uses as a Valkyrie. A familiar yet unexpected voice shadowed the silence of her meditation. So, is this Otto, or are we finally seeing Void Archives? Good morning, Overseer. Otto, what the fuck happened to your hair? You remind me of the GGZ, I think it was, design that I was showed a while back where I went, you look like a Fire Emblem character. You don't seem at all surprised. Not surprised that I came back, and not surprised that I called you by your old name. Why would I be surprised about something so trivial? Let's get down to business. Do you have a new mission for me? I like the hat. I like boats. I like captain hats like that. Also, why does she have a Halo energy sword necklace? Lieutenant Amber must have given you a report on recent events. Even though technically you're a missing person. Your no-nonsense attitude reminds me of the Bianca who had not yet become Durandal. Always so serious. I really can't picture you as a little girl. I've always been this way. Whether I'm quiet or talkative, whether I show emotion or not, how's it relevant to anything? In theory, you're right. But the impressions you make on people also matter. You might want to approach this next mission with a different attitude. Because you finally have a chance to live up to the name Durandal. The unbreakable sword? Get ready. In half an hour, you'll assist me with an experiment which will attempt to link the bubble universes to the imaginary tree. Huh. Will attempt to link the bubble universes to the imaginary tree. How would that work? Because from what I understand, bubble universes are like basically just pocket AUs of whatever the fuck, and like can't really sustain as a full universe. Would connecting them to the tree, going back to Fate, like Lost Belt style, like rewrite them completely into being a real, like, alternate history? And if you can link things into... So, bubble universes can be created. I don't know to what extent, but Sue made one with the second key to make the Seed of Sumeru. If you can link bubble universes to the imaginary tree and that does, like, rewrite them into full realities, theoretically, with the second key, you could just make new universes. The Overseer laughed, then abruptly turned and briskly walked away. This was typical for the free-spirited Otto. He was in the habit of casually dropping big news like that. The girl believed that completing the mission she undertook at age 12 might take her whole life. After all, returning the bubble universe and the Sea of Quanta to the imaginary tree was no easy task. Oh, okay. Bubble universes are universes that have fallen off of the imaginary tree then. So they're dead universes, not, like, fake, unsustainable ones. The world was born from the imaginary tree, flourished, withered, and finally disappeared back into the Sea of Quanta. That was a law of nature. But 3 years ago, things began to change. The Overseer announced the findings of his research on the imaginary tree to the girl and her adjutant. From the Overseer's perspective, the girl's personal goals could be all could all be subsumed into his master plan. Then 2 years ago, on an autumn day not too different than today, the girl assisted the Overseer seizing the second divine key. Okay, so this is the second key. During the experiment, they encountered a Project Valuka enforcer from the previous era. Ever since, the Overseer had been making rapid progress with his master plan. But even so, the girl never imagined that things would happen this quickly. He remembered their trip to the Sea of Quanta as if it was yesterday. Shakespeare, Miguel, Jimmy, and so many other interesting people. He wondered how their lives were in that other world. Dr. Schrodinger and Shigeru Kira. Were they still wandering somewhere in the Sea of Quanta? This must be from the Durandal visual novel, because I don't know who these people are. And what about that mysterious blade called Durandal? Okay, so yeah, the Durandal visual novel must be where it tells you the backstory of how she chose the name Durandal. The visual novels are just too long for me. The Overseer creating a link between the bubble universe and the imaginary tree was her only hope to save them all. She might even be able to discover a new way for humanity to escape Honkai. So Sue did say in Second Key that he saw a potential winning future and gave the image of that on the leaf to Durandal to give to Otto. So Otto has information. I don't know if he has the full scope of it though. For the past few years, the girl tucked thoughts of this lifelong dream into a corner of her mind. Also, there's no way he's doing this for any of them, especially given the art for Thus Spoke Apocalypse. He's doing this to get Colin back. He never once thought the chance to fulfill her destiny would come this soon, and this suddenly. The Overseer was right. She should have a different attitude when facing this extremely important job. When the girl entered the S-Rank Valkyrie Command Center, a familiar figure had already arrived. Hi, Rita. Oh, Durandal. I take it you've already met with the Overseer. Yeah, this news was a surprise to me. The Overseer disappeared one day, came back just as suddenly, and now he's ready to run the experiment. The whole thing seems hard to believe. But it's the Overseer. Hasn't he always acted this way? He has always viewed the world as a chessboard. All the people and things under his control are like the pieces. For someone who thinks like that, results are the only thing that matter. After all, any value he placed on the process, he gave up many, many years ago. Rita, why does the way you're talking now remind me of the way Shakespeare and Schrödinger talk? It has some deeper philosophical meaning. Huh? You really think so? Well, I'm sorry, Durandal. Maybe I'm just nervous about the mission. Rita, you really... Isn't it normal to be nervous in this situation? After all, this involves countless real human lives in another dimension. If I were to make an analogy, in many ways a small village deep in the mountains cannot be compared to a bustling city. Yet the village also has its own past, present, and future. Now suddenly we have a chance to alter the fate of everyone there. Who wouldn't be nervous? Is that the reason you're suddenly so talkative, Durandal? Durandal recalled the way she was several years ago. Back then she was irritable, rather short in stature, and extremely talkative. Hey. So, that's just a description of Kiana. Now, am I saying that because I'm looking for evidence of this? Absolutely. But that's a description of fucking OG Kiana. Not even Siren Kiana. But, the Kiana we see in Second Eruption. The girl seemed to be a completely different person than the Durandal of today. Rita, What is it, Durandal? It's nothing. Not worth talking about. The girl started to speak, and then hesitated. If it had been several years earlier, she would have openly talked to Rita about her personality had changed. But that girl was long gone. Bianca, if this mission goes smoothly, then afterwards, let's take half a day off and go for a drive. What do you think? Well, if it doesn't affect our work, then I guess we could. As for where we should go, how about Nepal? It's not far from the floating isles. Going for a drive, Nepal's. The girls suddenly remembered that one of their adventures 5 years earlier, Rita had suggested something similar. Is this going to now be referencing London Vacation? Or this might be the Dorado visual novel. The next time we get a chance, we should go to Nepal's at night and have some fun. Yeah, sure. If the Overseer's experiment can really help those people in the bubble universe, then we can drive to Mount Vesuvius together. The girl smiled and agreed that it was an unusual suggestion for an S-rank Valkyrie to make. Half an hour later, Shixel Floating Isles, special purpose lab for the second divine key, Cosmic Juggernaut. Excellent. Everyone is here on time. Durando, Rita, Nagamitsu, Amber. I appreciate you all looking after HQ in my absence. No problem at all, Overseer. We were just doing what we should. Oh, hello. I've heard of you before, but I have not seen you yet. Pretty lady. That's right. Also, Mr. Otto. You can continue speaking for a while. The space-time manipulation system needs 5 more minutes to warm up. Looks like the only one who's not on time is the machine. Well then, I'll use this time to familiarize everyone with the process involved in this experiment. Yes, I have read all of the manga in existence. Every one of them, everything has been read. I am the great, saltiest, grand collector of all things stories, after all. No, that is just there for, the people worried about, last time there were a bunch of the HI3 manga that I hadn't read, so that's there for the people that are worried about that. Let's go up with One Piece today. This is a time to be caught up with One Piece. One Piece is great right now. Egghead was a fantastic arc with a lot going on. Very excited to see where it goes forward. Well, I'm not dropping frames. The connection doesn't seem great right now, but that's my internet for you. Everyone should have a solid understanding. At first glance, the four-dimensional space-time we inhabit seems flat and empty. It's in higher dimensional realms. It contains many unimaginably complex structures. People of the previous era had 2 descriptive names for these structures. The Sea of Quanta and the Imaginary Tree. In the Sea of Quanta, all beings and things decay as time progresses, until everything is disintegrated into chaos. The world of the Imaginary Tree does not share this fate, but there, Honkai events are of frequent occurrence. In essence, that is because the concept of time in each realm is fundamentally different. But this isn't what we'll be focusing on today. So psyched to be able to look at theories now. There's a lot of really, really stupid theories in One Piece. There's also a lot of pretty damn cool ones. I love that a certain someone should still be alive, and the crying scene was great personally. Not gonna say on either one. Yeah. What's a Honkai event? So, I'll get back to One Piece in a second. A Honkai event is essentially just like the Honkai existing. At least from my understanding. Basically, what they're saying is, like, if you were on the tree, Honkai have the chance to appear. Because the Honkai are not just limited to the HI3 world. We know they appeared on Acheron's world. We know they have appeared on the Sugar's world, which is an alien race in the Alien Space manga, and on the Sky People, which is another alien race from Alien Space, on their world. The Sugars had their world destroyed by it and had to flee to get rid of it. Further question, what's a Honkai? That is the fundamental question of the series, basically. On a easy to explain level, they are the monsters that attack that are attacking the HI3 world and are like they get stronger as civilization gets better. They're kind of like the anti-spirals in Gurren Lagann. But there's also like conceptual stuff like they're technically part of the Hershers, which are like human manifestations of Honkai. They are a disease that like infects people and can either just kill them or turn them into like zombies. It's a lot. It is the fundamental thing of HI3. Um, but yeah, the Sky People, which was a really interesting thing from the Alien Space manga, seem to have not only overcome Honkai, but are actively going to planets to like farm them for energy, which is fascinating. Um, but no, talking about One Piece for a moment. The end of Egghead left things in a really interesting space. Um, I'm fascinated to see what they do with Kizaru going forward. Also Sentamaru. I have no idea where they're going with him, but he has to do something. Like the way they leave off with him, he has a role going into things. Um, it's also just like I was talking to this with some other people in Soleil's Discord. The Marines are really interesting to me because the world government is evil. Like the depths to which they are able and willing to go to just maintain this structure is awful. I don't think the Marines inherently are, for the most part. Like low level Marines have no idea what is like the darkness that is going on. They don't know. This is why CP9 exists. Um, Low level Marines genuinely have no idea of like what is going on, what the world government is really up to, and the depth they're willing to go to keep these secret and keep their power. Most Marines just see things as most pirates are evil. You have to judge pirates on a case by case basis because they are individuals. They are not an organization. But most pirates are dangerous and evil. Um, like you look at every basically looking at pirates, the only ones that I would say could be classified as like good, quote unquote, are the Straw Hats, the red hair pirates. You could make an argument for Mihawk because he's just himself. Um, Law I would put as good. I would even put Beige as good. But I would put Kid as evil. Because Kid got as high a bounty as he did just killing people. Not even just Marines, just people. Um, I would put the I would put Big Mom honestly as a neutral force. Because Big Mom is basically just a country in and of herself. Yes, Whitebeard is absolutely good. Um, Big Mom is, yeah, like I said, I would put her as neutral because she's basically her own political force, and unlike Doflamingo, is not actively doing evil. She's just very selfish. And when you're selfish and have absolute power over your territory, you're gonna do not great things. But like her overall goals are really good. She's not outwardly cruel for no reason. Um, Kaido, I would put on the like evil end of the spectrum, but like closer to neutral. Um, but like most pirates, like anyone connected to Doflamingo, pretty evil. Buggy, as funny as he is, like you look at the first things he was doing, Buggy's an evil guy. Um, Crocodile, similar to Kaido, I would put kind of on the like closer to neutral end, but still in the evil section. He's willing to, make people suffer for his power. Um, Moria definitely isn't a good person, but like isn't like actively chasing you down. It's more if you go into his territory, you're fucked. Um, but you can put Boa as good. Boa's just trying to protect her people. Buggy's first introduction, 100% evil. Technically, even what's going on with cross guild result in the deaths of most morally good marine. Yeah, no, absolutely. Um, the Rumbar pilots were good too. Yeah, but the Rumbar pilot, I'm not. I would also say Roger was good, but they're long gone, so I'm not counting them and stuff. Kuro, evil. Don Krieg, evil. Don Krieg at least like was it was more desperation than pure like evil in the Baratier arc, but still, Don Krieg not a good person. Um, and El's not a pirate, but man was willing to just genocide for funsies. Well, Kuro is back to being a pirate now. Um, but yeah, but like you look at the Marines. Well, I could say on an individual level, like Garp is obviously a good person. Kobe is obviously a good person. Hina is a good person. Smoker is a good person. Tashiki is a good person. I even would go as far to say Akainu is a good quote unquote person. The fact that they are in a organizational structure that benefits evil, that benefits Ian and the Celestial Dragons, puts them in overall evil category. But like most Marines don't know that. Most Marines think they're doing good and are benefiting the regular people, which they are. There is a degree to which having structure in your world benefits everyone, and on the individual island level, most civilizations are pretty good and fine until you step a little bit out of line for what the world government wants, and then they nuke you, and then they flood the world. And like the fact that they're willing to do that shows like no, the world government is an evil organization, and the Marines supporting them, even if an individual Marine isn't really evil, they are doing service to evil, which is what I find really interesting. And I think we're going to start to see certain Marines hit breaking points with everything. And then you have the revolutionaries, which, on the counterpoint, are an inherently good organization, even if there are evil members among them, because they are, they're actively fighting the evil force that is enslaving the world, basically. I find the moralities of One Piece interesting, and I will be really interested to see as people like Kobe and Smoker learn more what they do. It makes me question Garp, because Garp is a genuinely good man and believes in the purpose of the actual like purpose of the Marines, not the defend the Celestial Dragons part of it, but he knows everything going on and he's still working with them. And that kind of sucks. I'm 100% certain the leader of the original Rumbar Pirates is still alive, and may in fact be the person we need to be looking for right now. I genuinely feel bad for T-Bone and want to know how things actually went with his death. There's a lot of like old era stuff that I want to know, but I also like would be interesting, but don't necessarily care about. Like I don't think it pushes things forward. We do still need to see the man with the burn scar, as Oda has said. Every protege Garp has ever had turns against the world government. Kobe's not far from breaking, I think. I would agree if not for his statement in the recent chapter where he was like, "Oh, I can't let Luffy get the One Piece." But I guess also like not letting a pirate get it doesn't necessarily mean letting the world government do stuff. But I don't know. We'll see where they go on that. Yeah, One Piece is good. One Piece is cool. Very exciting time. We're gonna be seeing Elbaf soon. We're definitely heading towards the end of One Piece now. I don't know that it'll be soon. Garp stays as a vice admiral by choice, so there's something with him. Yes, this is a big part of Garp and why he's interesting. I'm sorry anyone that came here for HI3. I like One Piece. The reason Garp is not the fleet admiral, not just admiral, the reason he's not the fleet admiral is because he does not want to, he has more freedom as a vice admiral than he would in a higher position, because in a higher position he would be directly subservient to the Celestial Dragons. But the fact that he knows that he doesn't want to be subservient to them, and that, like, being in a structure subservient to the Celestial Dragons, Garp knows everything going on. He's been in this organization for too long. He's best friends with Sengoku. He was great friends with Roger. Like, he knows everything going on. He is actively complicit, even unless he's feeding information to Dragon. Then he gets a pass on everything. But he actively is complicit in it right now. And it becomes a question of morality. Do you let, like, the overall, because how would I say this? The way Garp is working right now, he's keeping the majority safe at the direct expense of the minority. He has decided to protect people at all costs. He is like I said, a good person at heart. But he knows that all the good he does is still for the benefit of people that actively catch slaves of quote-unquote, direct quote from the manga, lesser peoples, lesser races, that go and hunt people for fun, that are willing to sink the world and any island that disagrees with them. He knows the ins and outs of all of this. And he does protect a lot of people, but it's not like, I'm going to even say, like, look at Morgan, Axian Morgan, who is a bad person. But Morgan is a Marine protecting the people. He doesn't know what's going on up top. He could justify anything he says by, I'm protecting these people. Garp can't actually do that because of the level of knowledge he has about things. Looks at Morgan's instead. I want to know what the fuck's going on with him. And by what's going on with him, I mean, I just want to see more of him. He's fucking hilarious. I feel like there's one last piece of the puzzle to why Garp is the way that he is. Theory alert will come to life in his backstory when he dies sometime soon. I definitely think there's more Garp content to come. We're definitely gonna get, at the very least, because we know Dragon was trained to become a Marine, probably was a Marine for a while, and then started the Revolutionaries. We're definitely gonna get a big section of content just for that. And I bet we will see not only what caused the schism between them, but why Dragon left Luffy with Garp, despite, his opposition to the world government. And also, yeah, like, why Garp stays. Because Sengoku also is a good person, I think, but obviously knows the evils of the world government. And, like, there has to be something keeping them there. Maybe find the mystery of Luffy's mom. It's Crocodile, obviously. My opinion on the Crocomom theory, that it is highly likely that Crocodile was a woman that Ivankov transitioned into a male. I don't know if that means the crocodile's Luffy's mom. Oh, you're unfamiliar with this theory? Crocomom is one of the most infamous theories in One Piece. It takes a few things. It takes the fact that Ivankov knows Crocodile. It takes the fact that Ivankov has a secret of crocodiles. It takes that Crocodile is someone that should have Haki, and the obvious, like, out-of-universe reason is that Haki wasn't invented yet when Crocodile was, created as a character. But it takes that Crocodile doesn't have Haki, and we know that Haki can undo some Devil Fruit abilities. It takes the fact that Crocodile is kind of just aiding Luffy as a matter of, like, it aids him until the moment he hears that, Luffy is Dragon's kid, and immediately he's like, oh no, we're helping Straw Hat. Like, full on now. And a few other little bits of evidence that come to the conclusion that, and also that every time you see Crocodile in flashbacks or, like, as a child, because all of the Shichibukai, the Seven Warlords, were drawn as kids. Crocodile is notably androgynous in it versus everybody else. And anytime you see Crocodile in flashbacks, it's always from behind, and he's partially silhouetted. Whereas, like, Doflamingo, you see full on. Jinbei, you see full on. Bowie, you see full on, etc., etc. So the theory is Crocodile knew Ivankov and used Ivankov's power to transition from a woman to a man, which I believe that part. That part I'm totally here for, especially seeing Oda's constant representation of trans characters. It then goes further to say that not only is Crocodile a trans man, Crocodile is also Luffy's mom that then transitioned after birthing Luffy. That's where I'm like, it's not impossible, but I don't believe it. I found it weird the clone of Crocodile discard despite being a clone of a child. So, the thing with lineage factors in One Piece is while they are just DNA, they seem to be, even if it's like de-aging and all that, they seem to take the current existence right now and duplicate it. Because Kaido's lineage factor gives you the Devil Fruit powers, which means that it rewrites your DNA, basically. But, the stuff we've seen from the other, Seraphim, they have attributes of the current forms of the warlords, not, like, what they would actually be at that age. It also, if this theory is true, I guess this is also in theory, but getting Crocodile's lineage factor would produce a male clone, because Ivankov used a Devil Fruit, and Devil Fruits just work on a fundamental DNA level. It would probably rewrite your DNA, even though it's hormones, to be permanent, like we've seen with Ivankov's. It would have to rewrite DNA to constantly be producing those hormones. So it would still produce a quote-unquote male clone. One Piece is cool. But yeah, those are my, big thoughts on One Piece right now. I probably have more to say, but I do want to get back to HI3 for now. Maybe I'll play another One Piece game soon, or we'll do more Pirate Warriors with Hope if there's enough content for it. To talk about One Piece in the future, but for now, back to HI3. In essence, this is because the concept of time in each realm is fundamentally different, but this isn't what we'll be focusing on today. Today's experiment will attempt to link a bubble universe within the Sea of Quanta back to the imaginary tree, saving it from the extinction to which it is ultimately destined. Now that we've done extensive research on the second divine key and obtained technical assistance from World Serpent, Shixel must make use of this technology. Are Ivanka's hormones permanent? It definitely seems like it. From what we've seen, it seems like they last until you do something about it, which hockey might be able to undo it, because we've seen Law resist the effects of hockey, use hockey to resist the effects of a devil fruit. We've seen Doflamingo use hockey to resist the effects of a devil fruit, and a few more. So this is also, again, the theory why Crocodile doesn't use hockey. In that, like, it would undo the effects of devil fruit. So there are ways that it might undo it, but I think they would be permanent overall. Thank you for the resub, Wodan. I appreciate you greatly. I have a lot of stuff I need to play still. I have plans coming up for what we're gonna play for a while, but I got so much I want to do. Unfortunately, we never did play the One Piece GBA game. Now that we've done extensive research on the second divine key and obtained this technical assistance from World Serpent, Jigsaw must make use of this technology. Could it undo it if he doesn't want to undo it? I'd imagine you need to actively use hockey to resist the effects of it in order to do so. So, maybe? We don't know the depth of using hockey to, like, resist something. It is totally possible that, like, if he uses hockey, or even if he's just worried that using hockey would undo it, he just doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to take that risk. And Crocodile's good enough of a, like, fighter that he doesn't need to use hockey in a lot of situations. Am I enjoying Chapter 25 EX? Yes. Probably like 20 minutes out of this hour-long stream that we've played of it so far, I had a One Piece tangent that I'm trying to get out of. There are multiple instances of Luffy using hockey accidentally before knowing what it is. Yes, but Crocodile is a very long experienced pirate. I definitely think that... So, I don't think that it's not that Crocodile can't use hockey. I think it is that Crocodile explicitly knows how to use hockey, and therefore knows how to not use hockey. No, we've done extensive research on this. I read that. If we do so, in the not-too-distant future, we'll be able to change the fate of... The space-time manipulation system is ready. Mr. Otto, the experiment can begin any time. Well, looks like I'll have to be brief in my explanation. To make a long story short, the subject of our experiment will be a special bubble universe contained within Dorando's body. Is this the seed of Sumeru, or is this the bubble universe she was talking about? We'll depart from the Sea of Quanta, seek a passage leading to the imaginary space, and then try to artificially link it to the imaginary tree. So, Durando, you will need to enter the dimensional portal generated by the second divine key yourself. Listen, I'm here to apologize. I am here as an Otto apologist. Otto did nothing wrong. We're here to justify everything he's ever done. Just like I do with Siren. Still want a playable Nagamitsu one day. She has a really good design. So do Tesla and Einstein. I don't think we're ever going to get playable of them. This time you'll be equipped with an upgraded Genius Plus space-time exploration unit. Nagamitsu will use it to maintain communications with you while you're in complex space-time environments. I was saying to my my non-streamer friends the other day, I think yesterday actually, as much as I don't want Star Rail to just become, look, it's HI3, I'd really like Einstein and Tesla to show up in Star Rail just to goober it up with Welt. And I feel like Tesla, at the very least, has a much better chance of becoming playable in something like Star Rail than she does in HI3. Because you can just make her in the mech or at least for some of her attacks in Star Rail. But I don't know. It's a very shaky line because again, I don't want it to just be, hey, look, HI3 guys. But at the same time, because it's because of the great significance of this experiment. I feel like we eventually may, but I feel like it'll be a very long time, or they will do the alt variant route. I think with almost every other character, they would do an alternate version. I think with Tesla and Einstein, if they were to, they won't do XPs of them if they were like going to. It will just be them. Because Welt has explicitly asked her to like, hey, can you try to help me get into contact with this witch? I was told last time that it wasn't an alternate universe. It explicitly says in Alien Space that Welt and Void Archives end up in a different parallel universe. But regardless of terminology and whatever in this series, yeah, no, I think if we're gonna see Tesla, it very explicitly says parallel universe in Alien Space. But regardless of this, I know terminology in this series is not necessarily consistent. No, yeah, I think we would see Tesla and Einstein be just the original ones. There's too much history with Welt to have that not be the original characters. In my mind, at least. That said, man, if we ever get a Siren XP, not a Kiana XP, Kiana is number 2 now, but if we ever get a Siren XP, purple hair, green, or golden eyes in Star Rail, I will die, and that might be when I start wailing. I miss my Blurbo so much. Due to the great significance of this experiment, Peter Namba, you will stay here to manage and coordinate operations. And I will accompany Durandal to the portal. Huh? I guess this is the first time we'll be officially working side by side. I really feel like this is Void Archives, not Otto. But I'm not sure. I'll need your assistance. Bianca, Durandal, Atagina. Okay, that's how I thought it was said, but I wanted to listen to it. Ooh! This is interesting. So this looks very, very similar. This probably is the same stage as when we were in the Sea of Quanta with Branya. But, like, it's gold because we're in... That's hilarious. Because we're in imaginary space, not the Sea of Quanta, from what he was saying. Oh my god. Hold on. Be gone. Oh, these might have been flagged. I just got hit by like 3 viewer bot people. Okay. But yeah, like it's the different color palette because it's a similar yet different space. That is hilarious to me. I don't know what it is. This is just exactly the stage from the Sea of Quanta. I really like stupid this doesn't make sense, but here's the company that makes the thing references and stuff. This is not a spoiler for you, Hope. Mizuki makes an offhanded reference in Somnium Files that she's seen someone play 999 as a joke. Marvel Comics exists within within the Marvel universe. This does it all the time, where you see like HI3 ads in the game. I don't know, I love it. It's stupid. As long as it's like a one-off little thing, like as a joke, and not like them trying to like make it a big thing, unless it's a plot point, I guess. I find it really funny. Yeah, I was gonna vote. I meant to tell you this, but then I had to start getting ready for stream. I couldn't actually find the poll because I was gonna vote for Somnom. But like I went to go interact with it and I did not see a poll. Yeah, I was in the suggestion box. I was looking at the post, at the pictures. I did not see a poll to interact with. I was on mobile at the time, so that might have been part of it. But that could be, like, there should have been, at least from me, another vote for Somnom. But I'm the info from the real world is reorganized and built into a unique set of rules and structures. I missed one of these. Just like life. Absorbing everything one can touch within the limited time. To form one's personality and character. Hello? Do I have to talk to you? Yes. This is what it feels like in the sea of quantum. Not so different than being weightless. Please stay close to me, Overseer. We're in Nagamitsu. Objects floating in the sea of quantum far... Objects floating in the sea of quantum far from the bubble universe are at risk of decaying into nothingness. But because Mr. Otto's body is made of solium, the risk is very low. But if we lose connection with the outside world, we do have a problem. After all, I only transplanted my consciousness into this body. Huh? Isn't that... Nothing we can do about that. Even though I spent 2 years improving the Genius Plus, it doesn't support real-time consciousness protection. Okay, so this is important with Otto. He doesn't... So the way Otto, at least that I've understood Otto works, is he uploads and unuploads himself. Or like uploads and downloads himself. Into a new body. That's how he is like, quote unquote, immortal. If I'm understanding what this is saying that if he's unable to upload, like if there is no connection, then he's just dead. It's not like there's a backup, because there's one part in, I forget which one of the manga it was, but in one of the manga, he says something like, I would be fine, I might just lose some memories. But he was still able to, like, connect to it, to the system. Because he's not connected here, if he dies, he might just be dead. There's just not enough bandwidth. No problem, I won't hold you back in battle. You must be joking, Overseer. You've beaten me in a one-on-one fight. That's crazy. Like, I also believe that, but that is crazy to think about, that he's stronger than Durandal. I doubt I can defeat you in a fair fight. In fact, it would be no contest. As of this moment, you are Otto Apocalypse's most reliable partner in this adventure. The fact that he's using like third person here, and just that he's, well, I don't know that Otto would necessarily be worried in this situation, but I really think this is Void Archives, not Otto. I think we're finally actually getting introduced to him. Things that made you uncomfortable. Oh, then enough chit-chat. It's time to take the first step of our journey. Let's go. Into the bubble. Let me in. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting left bumper. I really like the way this works, because it's similar to how the Fuhuas work, which I like, which is the what should be your super button isn't a super, it is just like another combo or part of the combo, and that lets you do a lot more with the combat. I find that more interesting than just big button go burr. Oh. It's part of why even the older Fuhuas, I think, hold up, like, pretty well. Compared to a lot of the older suits. Oh, there's no enemies here, are there? Oh, wait! Hello! God, she's so cool. It's 7 years. Wait, what's 7 years? I feel like I'm missing something. What has come out, Waddle? What news do you have for me? Oh. What the hell are we doing in the Hersher of Domination space? Ah, since the last stream. It has been a week. When leaping between dimensions, one's consciousness is sometimes affected by dreamlike interference. For the girl, it came in the form of images of gallows, remains of Honkai beasts, and unfamiliar purple flowers. I think this is just like symbolic and asset reuse. I don't think this is actually supposed to be the Hersher of Domination space. These were certainly not images from her own memories. They might have been residual data in the Sea of Quanta, or maybe. Looks like we're already close to our destination. This is the oh no, okay, it is explicitly the Theater of Domination. This is the Theater of Domination, a space created by the 10th Hersher not long ago. Is it... So is the space not gone after we defeated the Hersher? It's just like decaying in the Sea of Quanta? Though the 10th Hersher is gone, I'm thinking of a way to preserve part of what's here. Will that help us establish a connection with the imaginary tree? Exactly. How much do you know about the 10th Hersher? The Hersher of Dominance. I read the research materials provided by Anti-Entropy and World Serpent. That Hersher is an aggregation of multiple consciousnesses. It can construct unique dimensions in the gaps within space-time, unlike the Hersher of Dominance of the previous era. No enough, then. After all, we won't encounter the Hersher of Dominance, but merely what is left behind. So, like, thought echoes, mimetic entities, basically. In order to control its minions in this place, the Hersher made use of the imaginary tree's power to create a link between the two universes. And this resulted in... Even though the 10th Hersher no longer exists, the Theater of Domination is about to sink into the Sea of Quanta. For the moment, it still retains its connection with the imaginary tree. Alright, so basically what I said. Just, it is still actually alive, technically. We quickly assembled everyone to begin the experiment. Also, you know what? This makes sense for an experiment like this. Instead of starting with something that is already disconnected from the tree, go to something that is losing its connection. See if you can strengthen the connection, because then from there you can go to make a new connection. You see if it's even possible, basically. Yes. Time waits for no man. Well, luckily, Durandal's a girl. Although those signals you quantum, the process isn't instantaneous. But before we attempt to intervene in the Honkai persona, we need to have a firm grasp of the technology and resources at our disposal. Is this talking about the will of the Honkai, or the Hersher of Dominance's, like, personality? Huh. That's not necessarily me actually asking for an answer on that, although I'll take one. I don't think it's a spoiler. That's just me, like, thinking about it. Understand. But Overseer, does the Honkai okay, no, this is they're talking about the will of the Honkai. The god that that Siren got power and connection from, and that Otto met in the second eruption. Does the Honkai persona really exist? I always thought it was hypothetical. Before this century, it was indeed just hypothetical. But during the second eruption in the year of 2000, I made contact with a consciousness so enormous that it defied common sense. This consciousness could confuse humans by bombarding them with excessive amounts of information. It could take the entirety of human knowledge and force it into your brain in an instant. Unless they took preventative measures, humans could not communicate with their equals. Then, hold on. If this really is the Honkai persona, that means it's basically invincible. Yes, if it really had that kind of power, it could extinguish civilization whenever it wanted. Trying to revive humanity would be pointless. So either its hatred of humanity is not so deep, or it's not as invincible as it seems. You really have the power to extinguish civilization whenever it wants. Trying to revive humanity would be pointless. Yeah. No, this is the, like, omnipotence argument. Because, yeah, if it really was as, like, omnipotent as it tries to make itself seem, there would be no resistance. You could not oppose it. So either, well, there's three options. Either whatever's happening is its will, it's not invincible, or it's not omnipotent, it just wants you to think it is. And yeah, like, or yeah, it doesn't hate humanity like we think it does. It's just like a part of this cycle. Because if it fully hated humanity and wanted it destroyed, then it would be destroyed if it was omnipotent. I also am still of the opinion that the Honkai are not inherently evil or about destruction, but are more about, like, forcing evolution. Similar to... part of it is, I look at Bahamut in Granblue, and Bahamut's whole thing is rebirth and destruction, like forcing evolution to happen. And that's kind of the vibes the Honkai are giving me, where because they scale with civilization, it means they're always on a level where they're pushing humanity to be challenged, which is in turn forcing rapid evolution. If not like literal evolution, like technological evolution and advancements. Herda, honey, why do you stop spinning? There's no way these batteries are dead yet. I got my spinning Herda figure today. But she doesn't want to spin. I just put these batteries in from a new package. There's no way they're dead. There I am. I'll have to mess with her later. Hopefully that is a battery issue and not a she already can't spin issue. It's only been like an hour since I put them in. I guess 2, because the stream's been over an hour. But still. I digress. No matter what, humanity must use everything at its disposal to have a chance at victory in this uneven struggle. And the experiment we will undertake today is a rare opportunity. Absolutely. Now, when describing the relationship between the two worlds, we can call our own world base reality. The Honkai persona controls the link between base reality and the imaginary tree, affecting the natural cycle of Honkai energy. Humanity is suffering as a result. So for the upcoming experiment, if everything goes well, we might be able to rid ourselves of our shackles and establish our own connection with the imaginary tree. If successful, humanity can turn the tide against Honkai without a fight. But you said if everything goes well. It's true. Cutting-edge experiments are rarely successful. And the future is even more unpredictable. If we get any positive results from this adventure, at least you'll be able to face Kevin with confidence. I'm still of the belief that I don't know that Kevin actually, I don't know that Kevin has done anything wrong. Yes, Project Stigma seemed to be not great, but in the face of overwhelming world destruction, maybe he was right. Even Sue is like, oh, shit, maybe I was wrong on what I thought and cutting him off. Are you talking about the ultimate purpose of World Serpent, Project Stigma? Of course, the frightening thing about Project Stigma is that it could redefine the rules by which the world operates. Oh, also, for those that haven't read the manga, King Arthur is real. Kevin is Merlin. And Sue was mistaken as a girl and was the Lady of the Lake. If the other side can create this utopia and we cannot, then sooner or later, the world will become as they envision. Since none of us want the grim future imposed by the previous era, we must find a way to create our own utopia. So that's an interesting perspective of Otto here, and why he would oppose Kevin. Because he's basically saying, if Kevin is the one that like wins and does all of this, then we'll go back to basically being ruled by the previous era, and their rules were established, where Otto is saying, if we need to be the ones to do it so that we can continue to establish our rules and have control over ourselves. That's definitely interesting. That's just to say, if I have a bubble universe within me, and in today's experiment we can safely link it to the imaginary tree, then in the future we'll have the resource needed to refuse Project Stigma. Yes, but as you know, among all the schemes for opposing Honkai, there are none that are guaranteed to succeed. Hey, Mr. Otto! Isn't today the day to run a glorious to complete her mission? What's with the negativity? You should learn to quit while you're ahead. But what he's saying is true. And the truth shouldn't be avoided.
そうだけど、まだ選択しなければいけない時ではないわ。
But we are not yet at the point where we have to make a choice.
別に今日じゃなくても。
Today there's no reason for you to.
お気遣いありがとうございます、長光さん。
Thank you for your concern, Nagamitsu.
ですが。
But
今まで S 級バルキリーが担当してきた任務は常に失敗を許さず、あるのは成功のみ。
failure is not an option in missions given to the Valkyries.
こういう綱渡りのような生き方に私は慣れていますよ。
And I'm not used to living dangerously.
いい、素晴らしい。
Good, that's the
さ
spirit.
すが天命最強のバルキリー、デュランダ。
Durandal, rightfully known as the most powerful Valkyrie in Shixel, your devotion to the cause hasn't wavered one bit.
主教様、そういう軽はずみな言葉を口にするのはやめてください。
Overseer, please stop with the flattery. Seems you're a bit overexcited today. I'm definitely like, this is probably Void Archives. They've said enough times like, hey, you're really acting like you. I could go on and on.
Nagamitsu,
please explain in detail the steps involved in the experiment. Your overseer will keep his mouth shut now. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't get it already. Die, losers! I'm not gonna use super mode yet, because there's like, it's 2 monsters. I held the button, never mind, I'm using super mode. I guess there's no reason not to. It builds up fast also. The two contrasting figures made their way through the rooms of the theater side by side. One carried themselves in a carefree manner while the other had an air of earnest determination. One had seen 500 years of change, the other only had 10 years of memories. The two had little in common, but at the moment they were the iconic figures of the Shixel organization. Before Otto had made use of an advisory council to deal with trivial day-to-day issues, while he used the time to carry out various kinds of research. Before Otto had made use of an advisory council to deal with trivial day-to-day issues, while he used the time to carry out various kinds of secret research. But when the North American branch broke off to form the independent anti-entropy organization, which would come to be a rival of Shixel, Otto simply kicked out the advisory council and used a more efficient way of maintaining stability. And it was then that the Shixel Valkyries, once a secret weapon, took center stage. From Squad Snowwolf to the Immortal Blades, one outstanding figure after another joined Shixel, encouraging more girls to join the battle. Yay! We love child soldiers! Who doesn't love child soldiers? They're the best! There's, like, only so much you can actually do in a setting like this, without, like, resulting in child soldiers, because literally, I mean, like, yes, it was written this way, but, like, literally, that's the only people who can survive the stuff, and you burn out on it pretty quick. Man, Durandal jiggle.
見送りはここまでだ。
Can only accompany you this far. The way forward is only open to those who have undergone fusion with extra dimension.
長光さんの説明
This is
も
also when
こ
Nagamitsu's
の段階
instructions
まで
ended.
しかありません
We
でした
really not have any other intel about
この
what lies
先の
ahead.
空間
まあこれほど虚数の木に近
In
い
space is
空
close
間
to
に
the
は
imaginary tree,
今まで
completely
誰もたどり着か
unexplored.
なかった皆さんが今いる場所はまだ量子の海の影響
Your
がある
current
場所だけ
location
ど
is still under the
先に
influence of the
進
Sea
め
of
ば
Quanta.
完全に
If you're
虚数
going
の
any
木の
further,
領
you'll
域
be
に入
completely
れば
within the realm of the imaginary tree.
私たちにできるのは
The only thing
理
we've
論
been
で
able
計
to
算し
establish through our
あなたが
calculations
そ
is
こ
that
で
you'll
普
be
通
able
に
to
行動
move
すること
around
が可能
normally
か
in
検
that
証してご
realm.
めんなさい
I'm sorry that
今
I
回の
cannot
実験の
provide
クラ
other
イマック
useful
スで
intel for the
価
grand
値ある
finale
情
of
報
this
を何も提
experiment.
供
大丈夫です
It's okay.
実
There's
験に
always
は
uncertainty
未
when
知が
doing an
つきものです
experiment.
私とリタが5年前に冒険した時も
Like the adventure
想
Rita
像
and
を
I
は
had
るか
5
に
years
上回
ago.
る結果を
It
手に
feels
入れ
like
る
you've
ことが
gone
できま
far
した
beyond what anyone had anticipated.
今日の実験でも
In today's experiment, you've done all you can to ensure that the bubble universe inside me will remain intact under all
私の体
circumstances.
内に私にとって
So
受け入
from
れ
my
がたい
point
リ
of
スク
view,
は全て
all
排除された
acceptable
んです
risks have already been eliminated. Overseer, I'll be back soon.
ああ
Have a good journey. Ikuze. Without any hesitation, the girl stepped into the wormhole linking the different dimensions. Behind her, the Overseer's expression looked simultaneously gratified and
この
melancholy.
最後の10年間
Over the past 10 years,
君は僕
you've
に
made this
見事
extraordinary
な
journey
伝説を
possible.
見せてビアンカ・タジナ
Bianca Atagina.
長光
どうしたの
長光
お父さん
What is it, Mr.
あと
Altair?
はゲニウ
If
ス
we
を
can
通
use
し
the
てデュラ
genius
ンダル
device to
本
receive
人
the
を回
data
収
collected
し
by Durandal,
探
our
索データ
experiment
を
will be a
入手すれば
success.
彼女の世界の
As for
泡
whether
が
she can restore
彼
the
女
link
自身
between
の
the bubble
力で
universe and the
虚数の
imaginary
木と
tree with her
接
own
続で
power.
きるそれが僕の計
Well,
画にとって
you
は少しも
understand.
重要で
This
はない
isn't
こと
critical
を
for our plans.
君も僕には固有
I
世
need to be
界
able
を
to
裁
fold,
断
cut,
し
and
折
reconstruct
り
the
たた
power
み
of base reality.
再構築
The
する
fate of the
力が
bubble
必
universe
要
has
だ
little effect on that.
つまり
So you're
もし
saying,
デュランダル
if
さんが
Durandal
虚数の
spends
木
too
で
long
時
in
間
the
を使い
imaginary
すぎ
tree,
た場合
we'll just initiate a fast recall with the genius device.
もちろんさ
Of course, we don't have any way of communicating with her in real time. She understands that we can't wait for her
僕と
indefinitely.
端的になる必
But
要
there's
は
no
ない
need to be pessimistic. After all, didn't you give her some help?
やっぱり気づかれていたのね
Had you found out? But I was just testing the waters.
本当に効果があるかは
How
わか
should
ら
I
ない
know whether it will really work?
効果があるに決まってい
It
る
will work. You should know that the other side is also made of excellent Valkyries who were
優
once
秀な
under
バ
my
ルキリーだ
command.
からね
Is the other side here he's talking about AE? Or literally like on the other side of the portal?
虚数空間
Imaginary
ここは宇
space.
宙の始ま
The
り
overseer said that this is the origin of the universe and where all laws intertwine.
主教様は言っていましたここでは時
Time
間は
means
上下
something
に
very
認識
different
されな
here.
いここでは
Moments are
物
not
事は
governed
的
by
確に
physics
計
here.
算されない
Movements are
こ
not
こ
governed by
は世
physics
界
here.
の彼方
This is the other side of the world, built upon rules upon rules, above rules. But I must press on no matter what.
私は前に進まなければなりませんチャンスは一
For
度
it
きり
might
かも
be
し
the
れませ
only
んから
chance. I should just use the super combo, but I don't want to. But if they get back up, I'm probably going to. I love that crowd attack from any form of Durandal that has it. This is going so much longer than I expected it. Oh my god, he still has to. Wait, I can do this though. Right, I don't have to go into the super mode to use those attacks. Haha, I'm smart and good at video games. Ow! Although not ow, actually. It slows them down too, that sucks.
星の怒りを形成せよ。
Onward! Beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, go, go! Beat 'em up, and now they're slow! Come on! Oh, it was dead, it just hadn't fully animated yet. In seemingly boundless empty space, the girl had to rely on her genius device to find the way. 42,768 steps, 42,769 nice steps. The girl felt that as soon as she stopped counting, time gradually began to lose all meaning in this place. 61,293 steps, 61,294 steps. Durandal had probably walked the distance of a marathon, yet she did not feel any fatigue. There was still nothing but emptiness in every direction. She began to feel anxiety creeping up on her. She was worried about the reliability of the plan, and wondered if the space-time asymmetry would cause everything to lose its meaning. The girl took deep breaths, regulating her heartbeat, and expelling all unwanted thoughts from her consciousness. Although what surrounded the girl could more accurately be described as the ether rather than air, she didn't need to breathe to stay alive. Oh, I heard Bianca. She heard a faint, indistinct sound coming from far away, in the same direction the genius was leading her. Well, to be precise, the space had no medium through which sound could pass, so the noise must have manifested itself directly in her brain. She could not make out what was being said, but at the end, she was sure she heard someone calling her name. Whatever it was, it recognized her.
本当に現れた。
You really came. Not long before, the girl and her companion had arrived at the designated location, perplexed as to why they had been led there. The location data had been transmitted through the ether via a mysterious signal. The message was clear. Bianca Adagina would appear here, carrying the bubble universe. Who made this prediction? What was their purpose? The girl and her companion had no idea. It was clearly not Bianca's or Rita's prediction. The message even stated that it would be a surprise for the Valkyries. Was it transmitted by the Shixel Overseer? No, Otto would never use this kind of method. He liked to be in control of the situation. He is using this method, though. Oh, wait. The girl and her companions arrived at the designated location. Is the girl and her companion Rita and Durandal, or is this different people? Then, could it have been sent by the residents of the Bubble Universe? This was even more unlikely. They had naturally lost connection with the imaginary tree, and thus didn't have the capability to send messages to this place. The visitors from base reality were getting closer. There was the characteristic radiation of a living organism here, and only one possibility for what was emitting it.
戦友
Hey, old partner.
ビアンカ
Bianca, can you hear me? Bianca,
私よしぐれキラ
it's me,
ここにいる
Shigeru. I'm here. Okay, so it was these guys, like I was expecting. The wording of that's kind of weird, because, like, Otto would never do this, but Otto did do this.
しぐれキラとニグラスはここにいる
But Shigeru and Niguras are here. Niguras, right? Couldn't help but laugh. Her partner had good intuition, but she didn't need any warnings from her. This is the 7 colors combined. I assume this is 2 form. This is the 7 colors combined to form both black paint and white light. All possibilities manifested simultaneously. Just as the 7 colors combined form... Oh, no, okay, that actually just is... 2 form would still be better. Both black paint and white light. all possibilities manifesting simultaneously can form the void of empty space. Okay. But when potential and manifest beings interact, the original void will transform into something else.
ようこそ。
Oh,
我々シュガーズ一
it's
族
the
の精神
Sugars.
世界、お菓子の家へ。
Okay. Is this... Well, so this is after the early parts of Alien Space. But before they come and help Welt in the end of Alien Space. Welcome to the spiritual realm of the Sugars, the candy
美
house.
しいお嬢さん。
In our
シュ
language,
ガー
you
ズ
can
の
call
言
us
語で
brown
私た
sugar
ちの
and
ことを
crystal sugar.
ブラック
ちょっとニグラス、知り合いとの挨拶は普通そういう感じのものじゃ
Hey,
ないでしょ。ね
Nicholas, that's not how you greet old friends.
えビアンカ、
Hey,
本
Bianca,
当に
it's
久
so
しぶ
good
りよ
to see you again.
ね。
Wait,
私たちの登場にびっくりした？
I think she's one of the... I need to actually check. I think she's one of the Sugars, in fact, that saved Welts. Is she a Sugar? Are both of them Sugars? Alien Space. Scroll. Scroll to the bottom. I have to scroll manually because there's no bar on this, and I can't quick scroll. Yeah, that's super one of the Sugars. This human body feels much clumsier than a sugar from here. The coordinates. Okay. So okay, they either... Did you read any of the videos? So I've seen parts of... I read some part... I should say... I've read some summaries of AE, and I've seen parts of Durandals. I have not read Durandals, though, which I am under the assumption these two are from the Durandal visual novel. But the way they were talking about this, I thought these two were like people. But either, and you can correct me, either they're actually just Sugars that take form, or they're like sharing bodies with a Sugar, like Himiko's dad did. I really wasn't expecting to run into you here, Shigure Kira.
それと、
You, Miss Niggeroth. Sorry, I don't understand how extraterrestrial beings typically develop.
ちょっと別に今年にな
Hey,
ってから
it
成
was
長
only
した
this
わけ
year
じ
that
ゃ
I
ない
grew
よ
into this form.
キラが
Thought
世間知ら
Kira's
ずだ
fault
った
thinking
か
that my
ら
dormant state
住
was
民
my
状態
final
だったあ
form.
の頃の私を完全体だと思ってただけ
So I assume this is Niggeroth, and this is Kira.
はい。
Hey, I'm still stronger than your species, whose natural instinct is to
それ
play
でも
dead.
すぐに死んだふりをするやつよりは強いけど。
Looks like you two get along great.
まあ悪くはないわ。
We get along okay. Our relationship has its ups and downs, but we go way back.
過ぎたことを気にするなって
Past events always have past causes. God, if I hadn't read Alien Space, I'd have been so confused right now.
さて本題に戻すよ
Anyway, I'm getting off
シ
topic.
ュガーズの時間で2週間前
Yeah, no,
私たちはある予告状をも
I
らったんだ
even if I do read the Durandal visual novel, I know they exist. I've seen these guys at the end of Alien Space. So, like, if you want to give me the exact details on what they are, that's fine by me. It's really just like, are they both Sugars, or are they, like, human sugar things? I don't know. The visual novels are really long.
誰かが教えてくれたのよ。シュガー
Someone
ズ
was
時間
telling
よ。
us that you would come here today and attempt to link the
こ
bubble
の
and
世
rest
界
in
の
the
泡を
imaginary
普通の
あはい
Yes,
秘
as
境
part
様
of
の
the
実
overseer's
験を通して
experiment.
ここに来ました
Did you two come here just to wait for us?
つまり2人は
もちろ
Of
んよ。
course. We've learned how to make use of the
私たち
imaginary
は虚数の木を利
tree.
用して
To a certain extent, we can
ある程度
transform the
存在する空間を
dimension
変える
in
技術
which we
に把握
exist.
私たち
What do you mean by we?
それは
あ
2年
Oh,
前
2 years
キ
ago,
ラ
she
はコン
passed
ペイトー長老の試練に
Conpeito's
合格し
exam and officially joined
正
the
式にシュ
Sugars.
ガーズあの世界の泡があんたの体内に入った
When that
後
bubble universe entered your body, Dr. Schrodinger returned to the Sea of Quanta, and Kira was launched into a dimension within the imaginary tree by an energy fluctuation. Kira fused with sugar DNA. She's like the Venom symbiote now. Okay. That makes sense. that also, like, that makes sense with how it was working in Alien Space.
運が良かったのか、それともそういう運命なのか。
Maybe it was just good luck, or maybe it was predestined. I'm mostly shocked because these are the ones that showed up to get wealth out. Was more my immediate reaction on this.
とにかく無の空間に引き裂かれる前にちょうど通りかかった
Before our
お菓子
souls
の
were
家
turned
に
into
助けても
fragments
らっ
by
た
the
んだ。
void, we passed by the candy house that saved
お
us.
菓子の家はシュガーズ一族の家だけじゃないの。世
Candy
界の
house
泡
is
から
not
改
only the
築
home of the
した
sugars,
空間
but
避
also a
難所でもあ
sanctuary
る
made
わ。
out of Bubble Universe.
シュガーズが危機に
Whenever
遭
the
遇した
sugars
時
visit crisis, they reestablish a link with the imaginary tree and switch to a different dimension.
自分た
So,
ちがいる部分
this
の空
was
間を
something
変
that I
換
was
するの。
thinking in the Alien Space manga. The fact that they can do this is kind of incredible. Because this is literally what we're trying to do. They basically can go in and out of being a potential reality and a real reality at will, which is really interesting. And it, like, in theory, just allows them to go anywhere in the Sea of Quanta they really want. I don't know if that, like, is what they have done or has proven that they can't do, but, like, in theory, yeah, you just pop in and out as you want.
世界の泡としての
The
お菓子の
candy
家
house
は
is the
かな
small
り
bubble
小さいから
universe, and we also
いつ
link
で
to the
も
imaginary
無数
tree
の
but
木
do
と
not
接
suffer the
続で
effects
き
of
る。
Honkai
だから
fluctuations.
崩壊の波動による侵略を受けずに
Yeah,
済んだんだ。
no, like I brought this up before. The fact that it seems like not only have the Sky People overcome the Honkai, that they're like farming realities for the for Honkai's like energy is frightening. The Sky People seem crazy, and I hope either Part HI3 Part 2 or Star Rail touches on them at some point. Because the ships that Welt and Void Archives took out in Alien Space were only like the advanced party that was like near HI3 Earth. There's more of them out there. It's reading Alien Space 1, I could tell like, oh yeah, they were full on in development in Star Rail at this point. But it very much is like 1.5 is a little bit of Sky People are cool. I just like, it's part of why Star Rail has the potential to be really interesting to me. Like, we've gotten some non-humanoid stuff with like the not the Annihilation Gang. What's the other the Destruction group, the one that like Fantilli and all them are part of, that, you know, we fight the weird creatures from. I like the we've got a little bit of it from that, but I want to see like just weird, not the Heliobi. Fantilli I know is a Heliobi, but the actual like Destruction faction that the Ravagers are part of. I can't, hold on, I'm just gonna Google it. Because I know it, I just can't remember it. The Annihilation Gang is the other one. The Antimatter Legion. Like we've seen a bit of non-human aspects in that, but most of the things we've seen have really been humanoid. Even the Foxians are like human. I want to see things like the Sky People, like the Sugars. And I wonder if ZZZ doing well, specifically like Lycon getting a lot of play, is gonna lead to that. How did they call the Sky People in HSR? There was a line from Welt about that, but they didn't get translated Sky People. I actually don't know, because I do think he mentions it in Star Rail, but I hadn't read Alien Space yet, so I didn't actually know. Well, I knew they existed, but I didn't know what they were and what they were called. Let me actually see if they're listed on the Star Rail wiki. I don't know if he even uses a name, particularly. The ones above. That would make sense. That's a much better name than the Sky People. We're in a Voiner. No, that's still. Yeah, I'm not sure. They definitely haven't brought that in too much into play. Unfortunately, I'm waiting for just a big welt pop off. In Star Rail, because basically, like, we've gotten a Don Hung arc. We're definitely at some point going to get a March arc. And then I think we're gonna get a Himiko and Welt arc, possibly together. Since Himiko is the reason that Welt came into the Star Rail cosmos. I think it's just one time it said it's definitely something planted though. Yeah, so if you talk to Welt and go through a certain dialogue tree, he will basically like skim over the events of Alien Space that him and Void Archives were like went out into space and were trapped there and ended up on the Express after fighting the Sky People. But he doesn't go into detail. He doesn't really talk about anything really about the Honkai. I think he does say Honkai directly if you go through one of the dialogue lines, but he only just kind of skims over most of the HI3 stuff. It's very intentional that they're planting seeds of HI3 stuff to be relevant, but they haven't gone fully into it yet. We'll have Fanshan as the main writer for the next World in HSR. He wrote the 8 visual novel, so we might have some health action. I really hope so, because he really does. It seems like so far he's only been using the Star of Eden. And we know he is the Hersher of Reason again by that point. So, like, I want to see him doing Hersher of Reason stuff. Even if it's in a different... He has to get a, like, second unit for it. Which might honestly be what they're saving for. I just think Welt's so cool. And I want to see him do really cool stuff. It's also really funny how much, like, Welt has to not be involved in things because he would just solve the problems. That's why, like, I'm not gonna, one of you said you're only in Bellbug, so I'm not gonna, like, go deep into it, but it's why, like, he either doesn't go to the planet, shows up at the end to fix the problem, like in the prologue, or it's like, okay, we have to write an excuse for Welt to not be on screen for a while. Because he's just, like, really strong. Even if you take his Hersher powers out of it, the Star of Eden itself is really strong. And I want to see Welt just pop off. Like, we've seen stronger characters pop off already, so I'd really like to see him get a real big moment. But yeah, there's definitely, like, seeds that are planted in Star Rail that are gonna germinate at some point. Even in Bellabog. Yeah, in Bellabog, and I think Bellabog is more narrative even than power. So they're basically, the rule is that, like, at least one person has to stay on the Express at all times to make sure it's safe. But I think Welt stays on it in Bellabog more for narrative reasons, in that there's a bunch of XPs that he would know, or, you know, alternates, whatever terms you want to use. Like, they don't want to take the time to be like, oh yeah, I know Sela, oh yeah, I know Bronya, blah 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 blah, as the reason. Whereas, like, he's allowed to go to some of the other planets that don't have them, or if they do, aren't ones that he directly interacted with. Like, I don't know if Welt ever interacts with Sushang in HI3. So if he were to meet Star Rail Sushang, it's like, oh yeah, hi, what's going on? Except for the part where he sees Lamocha, and it's like, no, I don't like that. But yeah, I really, especially having read Alien Space now, I really want to see some of these seeds germinate. I want to see the Sky People come back and do something. I want to see these freakos come back and do something. I was thinking about this last night. I did not expect them to show up in this chapter. I really liked the sugars. They're stupid. They're just little puffballs. I guess, like, for non-humans, we do have the Heliobi, but, like, their whole thing is possessing humans. But I guess also, so are the sugars, kind of. I don't know, I just, like, I was thinking, seeing the sugars, when I finished Alien Space last night. I was very much thinking, like, oh, I'd love to see this, or more, like, non-human things showing up in Star Rail. I hope that we get to see the third power of the Star of Eden in the HSR CG quality. It looks so cool in manga. I just need a side tangent on how good the art of the mangas are. One, they're in beautiful color, and it's incredible. But, like, the art style fits these characters so well. It lets you do these little, like, for funnier moments, these chibi versions of them, or these exaggerated ones. They're incredible. And then, yeah, when you have, especially when Welt gets big moments of using the Herrscher of Reason powers, the art looks so cool and so badass. I wish, like, all of HI3 was just a manga in that style, almost. Although you'd lose the music and the really good voice acting, which, you know, give and take. But yeah, no, I would love to see Star Rail quality, Star of Eden, and Herrscher of Reason powers. It would just be incredible. Listen, I love traditional black and white manga. There's so much you can do with it. But I think, especially since, you know, this comes from a series that has color, having them in color just adds so much. I also love the mangas just because Tesla and Einstein get a lot of focus in them. Poor Raiden's dad, too, gets a lot of little bits of play in them, and it's incredible. But, you know, like, you play to the strengths of the medium you're in. And I think the multimedia-ness of HI3 is actually good. I just wish I didn't have to follow an outside guide for it. Because, like, clearly here, if I hadn't gone and read the 3 manga that I hadn't read yet, if I hadn't read London Holiday, Second Key, and Alien Space, I would be so lost right now. And the game gives no indication that I should do that. Even the Durandal visual novel, I should have read before this, because I'm clearly missing information for not having read it. But the game never indicates, hey, go read this. But yeah, no, like, the multimedia nature of it allows you to give focus to these other characters that wouldn't get it otherwise. I do like it. It's just, much like with a lot of HI3, really good concept. Execution, iffy. Besides the story. Story is fantastic, always. Also, the fact that the Sky People still clearly are afraid or wary of other civilizations in the Alien Space manga makes Earth feel so small and weak in comparison. So, that makes me think, or that makes sense to me in the context of Star Rail. Because while I think the cast of HI3 is stronger than a lot of people we see in Star Rail, civilization as a whole, and, like, regular people as a whole, are much, much stronger in Star Rail. Like, the Sky people aren't gonna roll up on the Cienjo and be like, yeah, let's take them out. They'd look at that and go, hey, maybe we should skedaddle and not, like, have them know we're here. Even Penacone. Like, they're not gonna look at that and be like, yeah, that sounds like a good place to get to. The Valkyries and the Hershers are extraordinarily powerful. Absolutely. But the base level people aren't. And we're seeing this with the Honkai in a lot of cases, where humanity is constantly being pushed back and losing, quote unquote, overall, because they just don't have the numbers to deal with this. If like the whole if a whole division of this advanced race came into HI3 Earth, Welt would be able to stop some of it, Keanu would be able to stop some of it, but would they be able to stop the whole fleet if they were really bent on invading and eradicating the planet? Probably not. I'm wondering if they are also followers of Nanook, just because they remind me of the Antimatter Legion. They're clearly not the Antimatter Legion. One, they're too organized, almost, to be it. Because the Antimatter Legion, while it has an organizational structure, it is very chaotic in that. And, like, all the Ravagers are doing their own thing. And also, like, Welt, if they were the Antimatter Legion, Welt would be like, oh yeah, the Antimatter Legion showed up. But he calls them distinctly separate things in Star Rail. But I still think they could easily be followers of Nanook. They could also just be their own thing. Because, like, it's very clear that while the Aeons are far-reaching, they don't reach everything. Because unless the Honkai are connected to an Aeon, they're not interacting with HI3 Earth. They didn't interact with Acheron's planet until Ix showed up. So, like, the Sky people could just be, like, outside the gaze of the Eons. And both of these are extremely interesting to me. And it's one of the things that the more I read HI3, the more hyped Star Rail makes me. Because it's like, one, HI3 is an incredible story on its own. I've talked about that before. But I just want to see, like, oh, how do these things connect? How, or even, how don't they connect? Because that's just as interesting. Because that has as many implications as them actually connecting. Yeah, I just, like, this world, this universe that Hoyo has created has me extraordinarily hyped and interesting. And also playing ZZZ now, I'm looking at the hollows, and I'm looking at the corruption and all the stuff that comes in, and I'm like, this kind of reminds me of Honkai. I don't know that they are explicitly Honkai, or if it's maybe just like a Stellaron, or not connected at all. But, like, I'm like, there's something going on here. There's something here, and I wanna explore this. Also, people for a while were saying that they weren't connected at all, but then the trailer showed a Kiana XP, an Alicia XP, a May XP. Like, no, they're connected. They're cooking something here. There's a lot that can be said on this topic that we've learned in the time since this chapter, so you'll get that. Oh, absolutely. Literally every session of HI3, I've been like, this could be connected, that could be connected. And I really want to get to, like, the end so that I can really speculate and really talk about it. Because there's so much that, one, I still don't fully know about HI3 yet, and I don't want to have spoiled yet to talk about a lot of this stuff. And it's hard to have a conversation about these kind of connections when you don't have all of the information, because one little bit can be a spoiler, or like, you know, one big revelation can break open everything. No, I'm glad everyone is down for my yap sessions for this series. I've played maybe 40 minutes of HI3 today. Just because of how passionate I really am about this this universe. I mean, fuck, in view of me is 2 Hoyo figures. I have my Herta figure now in front of me, and on top of my power bar is my little Raiden bust from Genshin. I will hydrate. Thank you, Iharn. I wish they made figures of more of the characters that I really like. Like the big figures. I have, you know, like I said, I have these chibier figures. But at the same time, I'm running out of fucking space. I don't know where I'm putting Natsuno when she shows up. But yeah, no, this has very much become my like #1 obsession, I think. The fact that I put HI3 when I redid my top 100 games list, like in I think the top 20 or maybe 30, despite not really liking the actual core game of it, is telling of how good I think this story is and how much I think about it. I want figures of merch for many characters. Unfortunately, some just don't get it, which is really weird to me. Like, listen, I'm not surprised at all that Hu Tao has a figure. I'm not even really surprised that Klee has a figure. How does Raiden Mei only have 1 figure? How does Kiana only have 1 figure? How does Raiden A, the Raiden Shogun, not have an official figure yet? How does Farina not have an official figure yet? There's a bunch of like chibi Star Rail ones, but like March has gotten a figure, but none of the other crew has. It's just really crazy to me. Same with Grand Blue. I look at the amount of figures and merch of characters that they make, and I'm like, can you just not produce it? Do you just not have the means to produce it? Because otherwise, what are you doing? There's so much money to be made. If you want to figure, you gotta do what it takes. I one day want a 3D printer so I can start like trying to make my own garage kits. Oh, right, through the Hersher of the Void figure, you're right. My fear isn't the figuring itself, because I think that I'd have a decent ability to do. My fear with making garage kits would be painting them. Because I don't think I have the skill for that, unfortunately. But that's also a thing. When I have money one day, I'm gonna probably just commission in or buy a bunch of garage kits. I need my not Kiana, I need a Siren figure. I love Siren so much. I don't know why I've attached to Siren as hard as I have. Because I liked her even before the revelation. Only auto merch I have is an Omamori. Yeah, also, like, I mean, I know it's HI3, so, like, haha, imagine men existing. But, like, how is there, like, no merch for Otto or Kevin or fucking Welt? It's crazy to me. I don't know, I would think, like, you would capitalize on something like this quickly. Alright, let me get back to actually reading. We've had enough. We're gonna get back to yapping soon enough, I'm sure. Such a thing has been done before. But Bianca, the opinion of the Shakers is that the bubble universe inside you. I'm afraid its potential to cause problems is many orders of magnitude higher than that of the candy house. Okay, is it because of the size or what it does? Why? It's mainly a problem of scale. As far as we know, there are 2 ways to prolong the existence of a bubble universe. Through brute force or by using a workaround. The brute force method involves continuously pulling in energy from the outside to counter the natural decay of the sea of quanta. Entropy is going to be a bitch there, though. When using this method, the bigger the bubble universe, the better. Oh, okay. The ratio of surface area to volume decreases with size. When using this method, the bigger the bubble universe, the better. The ratio of surface area to volume decreases with size. Yeah, okay, so if you have a bigger universe, your surface area is going to be lower compared to the volume than a smaller one. But that makes brute forcing easier? Oh! Yeah, okay, no, that makes sense, because basically the Sea of Quanta is decaying what it is touching. So if you're touching less, you have to pull in less energy comparative to what is in it. Okay. At a large enough scale, a universe will naturally achieve an energy balance. It'll float around in the Sea of Quanta almost indefinitely. So that's also interesting, that bubble worlds, just because they're disconnected from the tree, doesn't mean they're immediately getting, like, eviscerated. Right, exactly. When you're pulling in energy to offset the decay, it's easier to brute force them when the volume is high compared to the surface area, because you have more stuff in it and less touching it. I was thinking it would be the other way of like, oh, it's big, so it needs more energy, but no, because it's literally about what is touching the Sea of Quanta. It's like an M&M. When you're in the shell, like, everything in the shell is protected from erosion, basically. Whereas, like, it's like continuously putting the candy onto an M&M outside, where you only need a little layer compared to the volume, whereas, like, if you get the mini M&Ms, you need more coating compared to the chocolate inside. But yeah, no, like, so there are whole universes that could, bubble universes that can continue to exist inside of the Sea of Quanta, not connected to the tree. Right, it's about efficiency. Like, you can do it with smaller ones. It's just like, is the value of energy worth it? Whereas, like, the bigger you are, the more, like, existence, basically, you're sustaining compared to the energy you're using.
もちろん、崩壊エネルギーを吸収しすぎた場合、世界の泡自体に他の問題が発生する。
The rest of the bubble universe absorbs too much Honkai energy using this method will cause other problems, like what you and Kira have seen in the past. Right, so that's the counterpoint. If you are too big, then the Honkai start to show up in your bubble universe.
なんとなくわかりました。
I think I get it.
では、シュガーズの
So I'm guessing sugars use the other method, the
ズルをする
workaround.
方なのですね。
その通りだ。
That's right. Once a dynamic link has been established with the imaginary tree, we use the tree's support to stop the decaying process.
この方法の本質は、
This method works by deceiving the imaginary tree. We attach the target to another universe and hope it will be accepted as a newborn universe that needs support. Method works by deceiving the imaginary tree. We attach the target. So do they mean that they connect to the tree and another bubble universe still connected to the tree, so it reads the candy house as a new universe?
わかりやすく言えば、接ぎ木み
Like
たいなも
grafting
の
a
さ。
branch onto a tree. The bigger the branch, the more
複
difficult
雑
it
であ
is
れ
to
ばあるほど、
successfully
手
attach.
術が難しくなる。
Okay. That makes sense. You're siphoning, not necessarily siphoning off energy, but you are literally tricking it into thinking, oh, you're part of us. The grafting analogy makes that make a lot of sense.
だから、その方法を使う場合、
Therefore, when using this
世
method,
界
the
の泡は
smaller the bubble
小さい方
universe, the
が都
better.
合がいいってわけだ。
つまり、
So it sounds like the two methods are basically
世
opposite.
界の泡が存在を
ええそれに
And as
当時
Dr.
のクレー
Trinity
リン
would
グ
say,
あんたの中にある世
the
界の
bubble
泡は
universe in your body was
暖房ル
originally
ートのた
designed
めに
using
設
the
定
brute
され
force
たもの
method, together with
ムーンライト
Cecilene's
スローのシ
prototype
ステム
system
に合
that
わせて
eliminates
余
excess
分な崩
Honkai
壊エネル
energy.
ギーを消去するためのものだ
Okay. So it's using the system of the Selene to ward off the Honkai energy so that it can be big but not have the Honkai invade.
しかしエーテルアンカーが崩壊エネルギーに侵食されてしまった
Fortunately,
それによって
because Honkai
世界の
energy
泡
would
が
have
バラ
revealed
バ
the
ラに
ether
ならないよ
anchor,
う
it needs to
あん
be
たの
anchored
体
within
内
your
に固
body
定
to
しないと
prevent it from disintegrating.
船が大きすぎると
Now
向
we
きを
want
変
to
え
change
にくいっている
course
じゃ
and
ない
switch
か
to the workaround
今
method.
さら
We just need to do a large amount of calculations to work out the
膨
details.
大な
それって
デュラ
That
ンダ
means, Durandal,
人工知能を
that
持つ
blade of yours that is
君の天才
autonomous.
聖剣は確か
The
に
Holy
ずっと
Blade
空
has
間の
maintained the
隙間で
stability of the bubble
世
universe,
界の泡の
as well
反
as its
転を
connection to me.
私と世界の泡の
So
間
they're
にある
not
反転関係
talking
を
about
保
the
って
Seed
く
of
れ
Sumeru. She has a different one inside of her, which is what allows her to enter the Sea of... They mentioned in the second key manga that she can enter the Sea of Quanta for a short amount of time. I imagine that has to do with this bubble universe. So the universe draws in energy to prevent the decay, but sometimes Honkai energy mixes in. As there's too much of the Honkai energy, you get Honkai problems, and this is one of the cheats. This one cheats the system a bit. Yeah, so what they're basically saying is, basically, Honkai energy, at least in the Sea of Quanta, is unavoidable. By drawing in energy to maintain your bubble, you are inherently also drawing in Honkai energy. And if you get too much Honkai energy, you then have a Honkai event. But if you have if you can use something like the Selene to expel the Honkai energy, you can make it pretty much as big as you need, as long as you're constantly getting rid of that Honkai energy while maintaining the anti-corrosion on your bubble. Or you can be small and grab from another universe. Or just be, you know, like in the middle enough that you're big enough to sustain yourself, but not grab too much Honkai energy.
ですが別れてから私と
Just
聖
that
剣
ever
の
since
間
we
に
were
は
separated, I've never been able to establish any form of communication with it.
あの子が世界の
I
向こ
can
う
sense
側
that it
で
is working
必死に
strenuously
働
somewhere
い
on
てい
the
る
other
様子
side
を
of the
感じる
world.
ことはできます
But
が
besides that, I can't tell you much about it.
そっか
I see.
やっぱりあの方
Then I
法し
guess
か
we
な
only
いだ
have
ろう
one
な
option.
それって
Yeah, it's
砂糖の
absolutely a
鍵の
difficult
力を
balance.
使うってこと
Because you need to be big enough to have the efficiency be, like, worth it to continue to have enough energy that, you know, the trade-off between getting energy and maintaining this world inside of you is valid, or, you know, it's worth the effort that it would take to do that, but not be big enough to have too much Honkai energy. Because then, you know, what does it matter? The Honkai are here, they're going to destroy everything anyway. And I imagine once you get Honkai, it's very hard to get rid of it. You mean using the power of the sugar key? That wasn't what it was called in the manga.
それ以外にアンカーポイン
Otherwise,
ト
how
の
can we
反転
establish
を乗り越えら
communication
れるような
across the
通信
inversion
方法は
anchor?
ないだろ
Although I do feel sorry for
長老には
Conpeto.
申し訳ないけ
We
ど
must do whatever is
物は使う
necessary.
ためにあるからさ
でもあれは長
Been
老が
taking
十
to his
数
life
年
getting
を
that
かけ
thing
て
fixed. I'm
や
gonna
っと
fix it.
直したものでしょ
I'd better be
なる
careful
べく
when
慎
you use
重に
it.
使いましょう
This translation isn't right. I think it's only been a decade. Because this is like 2017-ish? If I remember right, when this is taking place. The key gets broken in 2005.
あの
What
何の
are
話
you
です
guys
か
talking about it? Maybe there was time travel? That's actually true. I did not account for that. They specifically said that time in the Sea of Quanta is different. Or in the imaginary space is different. So it is very possible that more time has passed here than has for the main world. That's totally fair.
砂糖の鍵は
The sugar key is an ancient relic passed down among the sugars. It was once used to make the candy
お菓
house
子の家
itself.
自体の製造に使われ
It's
た
such
こ
a
ともある
cute
わ。
dagger. This seems like something that Nahida would use.
金平糖長老の話によると、数年前
Beidou said that years ago a certain human gave it a name similar to Shixel's divine keys. He called it the key of the beyond. That's also not what he called it in the manga.
ああ、あいつは私たちを裏切って
That was the guy who
砂糖の
betrayed
鍵を
us and
壊した
damaged the
張本
key.
人だ。あんたたち人類にそんな奴がいたせい
It's
で
that kind of human scum that made it necessary for Kira to go through a 3-year observation period before she could join the sugars.
確かに人類は複雑
Humans can indeed be very complicated. I often struggle to understand what other people are thinking.
本気でリタに助けを
I
求め
really
た
want to get
時も
Rita's help,
いつも
but usually she just gives an answer like, "Don't worry about it, it'll be fine."
そいつはシュガーズにとってはプラスになるけどな。
Actually, that makes you more trustworthy in the eyes of the sugars.
さて、私は砂糖の鍵の準備作業に取り掛かるから、
I'm gonna begin preparations for using the sugar key. I'll leave you two to catch
あ
up
り
for
が
a
とう
while.
ニグラス。
Thank you, Niguras.
はいはい、遠慮はいらないさ。
No need to be so
後で
polite.
喧嘩する時間
I'm
は
sure that in a while
い
we'll
くらで
be
もあるんだ
arguing again.
ニグラスさんは
Niguras would be
ユラと
compatible
気
with
が合う
Blade
かもしれま
Durando.
せんね。
私も
I think
そう
so
思うわ。
too.
ところで、ビアンカ、本当に背が高くなったわね。
Speaking with
性格も穏
Bianca,
やかになった
you've
気が
grown
す
a
るわ
lot taller. It seems you're also more sure of yourself.
むしろ頑固の方が近いかもしれませんね。天命で最も融通が利かないバルキ
You
リー
could
の
also say
私
I've
だと
become more stubborn.
みん
In
なにはそう
Shixel,
思わ
I
れ
don't
てい
exactly
る
have the
ようです
reputation of being easygoing.
嘘。一番融通が利くタイプだと思うけどな。まあ、仕事に関しては意見を曲げないビアンカも想像できるけど。
Okay, so I thought so. So I looked up one of the characters in Second Eruption was Shub Nagarath, but she died. Unless she didn't. I assume this would also, if they're connected, be covered in the Durandal visual novel, which I didn't read. Are they the same? Are they related, or are they just different characters with like the same name? Oh, okay. Wiki says was Valkyrie and the former host of Sugar Molasses, aka Negro. Okay, so personality connection. Got it. And probably taking her form when she shows up. God, man, it's really funny that there are two HI3 wikis. One is so much better than the other, and it's the one that comes up second. The Honkai third wiki is kind of awful. Whereas the Honkai Impact third one is actually pretty good. The red-haired one actually had the Sugar Kira, now has... The red-haired one actually had the Sugar Kira, now has Kira calls the Sugar after Von Kamra thing. That, yeah, okay. That all makes sense. I was just like, is this intentional or not? Because she just died. No way. I don't feel like you're the most laid back. Although, when you're in business, I do get the sense that you're very opinionated.
ほら、キラ先輩も
You
言
said
って
it
たじゃない
yourself.
ですか。
It's the same when it comes to working with
SQ
S-rank
バルキリーを同
Valkyries.
僚にするなら、
If I could choose who to work with,
私
it
も
would be
リタみ
someone
たい
like
な人を
Rita.
選び
あら、二人とももう
Wow.
SQ バルキリーな
You're
の？
both S-rank Valkyries now.
あ
That's
の
what
頃の
Cecilian
セシリア
treated
様
us
と
back
テレサ
then.
様みたいだわ。
それは恐れ多いです。
I wouldn't go that far. And
どうし
besides,
たの？
what is it?
嫌なことで
Something
もあったの？
embarrassing?
いいえ、
It's nothing, actually.
実は
About 3 years ago, the Overseer granted me the right to use the Abyss Flower.
こ
Wow! You mean Cecilia's Abyss Flower? You deserve it, Bianca. Good job!
ありがとうございます。ですが、セシリア先輩から彼
Thanks.
女の
But
国
I
連
just
略歌を
feel
借
like
りて
I'm
いる
borrowing
に過ぎ
from
ないと。
Cecilia.
もちろん、神の鍵は神の鍵。
Even though divine
誰かの
key is a
不足品
divine
ではあり
key,
ませんが、
it's not something just anyone can wield.
ですが、
I've always felt that the weapon was still connected to Cecilia somehow. I can't believe Cecilia's gonna get resurrected. I don't believe that even a little bit. I definitely feel like Cecilia is a character that will stay dead. Although, who knows? There have been enough resurrections or cloning that it's not impossible.
まあ
Yeah,
そ
I
れ
think
はわ
that's
かる
normal.
わ
But for her,
セ
it
シリア
had been a
様
long
の
time
前に
since someone had the
黒
power to
煙
control
白
the
化の
Abyss
力を
Flower.
使いこなすねえ知ってる
But
あの
you
セシ
know
リア
what?
様でも
Even for
黒煙
Cecilia,
白化の
becoming the
持ち
owner of
主
the
になっ
Abyss
たこと
Flower
に
put her
対
under
し
a
て
lot of pressure.
かなりの
どうして
Why?
適性は
Wasn't she
高か
highly
ったんですよ
compatible,
ね
was it?
うん
Well,
適性の
purely in
話
terms
な
of
らセシ
adaptability,
リア様よ
I
り
think you
ビア
might
ン
be
カの
better
方が
than
上かもしれ
Cecilia.
ないわよ
I've been corrupted by it
私
before,
自身も
so
侵
I
食
know
さ
what
れ
I'm
たことが
talking
あるか
about.
らよく聞いてビアンカセシリア様がぶつか
Listen,
った問
Bianca,
題は
the problems
あなたと
Master
真逆で
Cecilia faced at the
同じな
beginning
の
were identical to yours, but just the opposite.
It would definitely ruin her sacrifice if she came back. I don't know that it would necessarily like hard ruin it, but it would change a lot of things. It would also like, just as a Siren fan, it would very much change the context of her ending and the context of Kiana's existence now. And you could definitely, I think you could do it as a like, you know, like Otto going against the wishes of everyone, basically. And you could play it interestingly like that, but like to just have it be like, oh, Cecilia's back, isn't that great? No, it would have to be like, what the fuck happened? What are you doing? It can't be like a positive thing, even if she was able to stay after. Cecilia shall live on in our hearts as well as words from others who can tell part of her story like now. I feel the same way about Himiko, where you can do all you want with Himiko in the past, but it would kind of fuck up a lot of characterization and motivation for characters now to bring them back. It would definitely, either of those would change, would change not Colin, would change Kiana a lot. Oh yeah,
真
right.
逆で
Identical, but just the opposite. What does that mean?
どういう
あの司教様は
I guess the others
あ
you
なた
never
に
mentioned
教え
it
ていない
to
のかもしれないけど
Like, if you brought Himiko back, it would kind of ruin the scene before Kiana becomes the Flame Scion. Like, that whole big moment between the two of them. Like, it would still be a good moment, but it would be like, oh, well, this kind of loses a lot of the weight of it. And especially now that, like, Star Rail Himiko exists, I think you have the path of reactions with that as a much better form. Because, I've said this before, the Star Rail characters that are, you know, that share the name and the face of HI3 characters, they are very different characters. They just share the name and the face. So you can definitely play stuff there. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stop yapping. I think that's all obvious. It's a very... Bringing back characters is a very dangerous balancing act.
セシリア様の前にいた
Before
黒煙
Cecilia,
白化
several
の
members
幾
of the
人か
Abyss
の
Flower
持
were
ち
all
主は
expelled from Chicks
様
for
々な
various
理由で
reasons.
天命
それは
Then,
黒煙白化は前世紀
Maybe
70
you're aware
年
the
代に
Abyss Flower was pulled
北
out of the
大
North
西洋の
Atlantic in
深
the
海から引き上げ
1970s.
られたその件は
This event was directly related to Dr. Schrödinger's
直
past.
接的
彼女が天命を裏切った件ですか
are you talking about her betrayal, Shixel?
リタが教えてくれ
Rita
まし
told
た
me about it.
それに
That year when she said Overseer Otto was her mortal enemy.
フグ
I think
大戦
everyone
の敵
believed
だと言っ
it.
た
なら当
Do
時
you
の
know
天
that the
命最
strongest
強の
Valkyrie
バ
at
ル
the
キリ
time, the wielder of the Abyss Flower, turned anti-entropy, and that
彼
led
女
to
が
her death?
黒煙白化はその時
That was when the Abyss Flower
海の中に
sank
沈
into
ん
the
だの
ocean.
よその人の名前は
You've heard the Valkyrie's name before. She was called Rihanna.
そう。シュレーデ
That's
ィンガー
right.
博士の
The
ミド
same
ル
as
ネーム
Dr. Schrodinger's middle
彼女
name.
の
She took the name of
命
the
の
one who
恩人
saved
の名
her.
前なの。世界は狭いのよ。
It's a small
リアン
world,
カ
Bianca. Although ordinary Valkyries know nothing about this, in these days becoming the owner of the Abyss Flower wasn't something to be taken lightly.
決して簡単なことじゃないわ。
I didn't actually die. I used my iframes and barely survived it, but disconnected afterwards and just got my internet back. I feel like I've basically seen that explanation in something before, but I cannot remember in what. Like, obviously not those exact terms, but like, you know, I dodged it, but then ended up in this alternate universe, and then I just came back. I'm sure I've seen that before, probably in an American comic.
実は今でも黒煙
To tell
白
the
化を
truth,
不
some
吉
of
だ
the
と
more
信じてい
superstitious
るバルキリ
Valkyries
ーがいます
considered unlucky to this day.
でも今になってみんなは
But in hindsight, everyone thought the Abyss Flower was a symbol of Master Cecilia, right?
それは
That's because Cecilia was so charismatic.
ううん違う
No,
の
it wasn't
リアン
that,
カ
Bianca. Even though I
確か
consider
に
myself a
私は
huge fan of
セシリア
Cecilia,
様事実だけを話すと
objectively, the
それは
Abyss
ただ
Flower was only
セ
her
シリア
symbol
様
because she
黒
owned
煙
it for
白
such a
化を
long time.
長く所有セシリア様は
Cecilia
私
told me
に
that.
自分と黒煙白
She
化の
always felt
間
a kind
に
of distance
拭え
between
な
her
い
and
距
the
離
Abyss
感があ
Flower.
る
And it wasn't just
それ
because
は
of its
名声云
reputation.
々の純粋な歴史に
Actually,
対する
she
畏敬
felt
の
that way
感
because
情
she
なの
revered its history, like the attitude of the Kazlanas have
天
towards
下
the
制
throne
裁
of
に対す
Shamash.
る態度みどうスタートは全然違
So,
うけ
although
ど
you're coming from a
本
very
当の
different
気持
starting
ちに
point,
関しては
your attitude
かなり
towards it
似
is
てる
not
でし
so
ょ
different from hers.
I see. That's really interesting.
確かに先輩
Kira, you were
やは
like
り
an
お
older
姉さ
sister
ん
to
みたい
me.
ですね今の話
What we
リ
just
タが
talked
相手
about,
だと
I
恥ずかし
wouldn't
くな
find
り
it
ますし
interesting to discuss with Rita,
主教様
and I
の
wouldn't
相
want
手
to bring
で
it
は
up as the
大げ
overseer.
さすもしかしたら
I feel like it's something I can only
先
discuss
輩に
with
しか
you.
話せないことだった
言われてみるとちょっと恥ずかしくな
Stop
った
it,
わ
you're making me blush.
と
Now,
ころで
now that you
結
mention it,
構長
we've
く
been
話して
chatting
い
for
たけ
quite
れ
a
ど
while.
ニグラス
Nigros,
準備
are
作
your,
業はそろそろ
are your
終わるでし
preparations
ょ
almost complete?
Sorry, guys. Seems that I've
ちょっ
slightly
とや
messed
らか
things
した
up.
というか
I mean, it's
プロ
just
グ
a
ラム
bug in the
にバグがあった
program.
というか
Uh-oh. A bug.
まあ呼び方はどうでもいいんだ
Hey, the details aren't important, but
虚数の造物が引き寄
basically
せら
we've
れて
attracted some
お菓子の
so-called
家の
imaginary
外側まで来
constructs
て
to
るん
the
だ
outside of the candy house.
手伝ってくれビアンカ万が一お菓子の
I
家に
need some
侵
help
入され
dealing
た
with
ら
this,
厄介
Bianca.
なことにな
If
る
they're able to infiltrate the candy house, it'll be a
わかり
problem.
ました
Got it.
敵を
So
全
just
員
need
倒
to
せばいいん
eliminate all the
ですこう
enemies.
いう簡単な解決
I
方法
like this kind of
気に入ってま
straightforward
す
approach to problems.
全力で戦い
I
なさい
honestly
ビアンカ
just enjoy like
私たちの力を全部あ
all
なた
the
に貸すから
developmental moments between characters in HI3. I think they do such a good job of making even characters that just got introduced feel connected to characters and feel like the weight of what they're talking about or doing like really resonate. Like not that Red Seal was a new character particularly, but like the way they have her interacting with Kiana and a few of the others was really well done. And made you want to see more of this relationship. Also, we've had to wait so long for her to be playable. I'm my only complaint about Red Sela in that arc is that she was really important in the first part of it, and then not nearly as much through the rest of the Dominance arc. But obviously I know that we're gonna see more of her in the future. So I won't complain too much. Yeah, suddenly Wyvern's attack is a lot of this game, unfortunately. But first, let's fight these monsters. There is sometimes the fighting feels right. A lot of the Dominance arc, it felt fairly right. But I really do genuinely think that this would work a lot. I'd have a lot more care about it as a manga or an anime. But I absolutely enjoy the process of going through it. I just like, I don't know, I don't have interest in playing HI3 as a gacha game. I'm playing it more as a, like, as I would a solo, like, single player series. Oh, the designs of enemies are fantastic. That I will absolutely give it to them. It's a visual novelist game aspects, yeah. That's a lot of how I'm treating it. And I do appreciate that I can play it like that. Line after line of alien text rolled across the screen of Nagara's control console. It looked like she was running some rather complicated programs.
戦闘お疲れ様
Thank you. That was a tough battle.
だがもう少し待ってく
But
れ
I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit
通信
longer.
の安定性
Due
に
to
不安を
concerns
感
about
じ
the
ているの
stability of
か
our
相手は
communications
任務の
channel,
処理を優
they've
先し
chosen to deal with
その
some
後に
issues first
完全な
before
通信モー
reestablishing
ドを
communications. They?
それって
Are you talking about Blade
今のこ
Durandal?
とですか
Have you already made contact?
まあそういうことだ
Yes, the AI.
あの人
It's
工知
currently
能は
receiving
今
the temporary
砂
link
糖
to the
の
bubble
鍵が送っ
universe
た
broadcast by
世
the
界の
sugar
あ
key,
の臨時接
so it
続プラ
can't
ンを
switch
全
to a
速
human
力で受
form.
信
わかりました
Understood.
ちょうどいいです
I'll just use this time to get in the right frame of
その
mind.
間
I mean,
気持ち
prepare
の
myself
整理がと
psychologically.
にかく
Anyway,
こんな
I'm
機
really
会をく
grateful
だ
to
さ
have
って
this opportunity today.
何を
Hey,
照れてる
why are
ん
you
だ
being so modest?
キラの
A
友
friend of
達は
Kira's
私
is a
の
friend
友
of
達
mine.
でん待って
Wait a second.
あいいぞいいぞ
Excellent.
お
Wow, that
順
worked
調だ
perfectly.
何があったんですか
What happened?
成功した相手が
Success.
接続プ
It
ラ
has
ンを受信
received
し
and implemented the
実現さ
connection
せてくれた
protocol. There's no
早
time
速
to
だが
lose.
通
Let's try
話
to
を開始す
communicate.
る
Hello, Yoi Cookies 123. Welcome back. Oh, hold on.
テストテスト
Testing,
ビアンカ
testing.
様
Bianca, do you hear me? If you do, please reply.
Loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear, Holy Blade Durandal.
まあ久しぶりっしょ
It's been years. You were a girl back then. Now you're a young woman. Wonderful, wonderful.
ところで今
What are your measurements
どん
now?
な感じ
Looks like you have nice
気分はあるっ
proportions.
しょ
ちょっと
Hey,
あなたね
as soon as we established communication, you say that kind of crap?
キラ
Kieran's
先輩
still
がまだ
here.
ここにいるんですよ
Ah, so if you were alone and in private, this would be fine.
Ah,
そういえ
tell
ば
me
リ
Kate
タは
isn't
や
there
はり
then.
ないっしょ
ええけ
Yeah,
ど心配し
but
ない
don't
で
worry, she's done well these
リタは
past
元
few
気に
years.
しています
It's just that she isn't physically suited to getting close to the imaginary tree, so she's not with me today.
実際
Actually,
ビアンカ様が
just the
彼女
fact
た
that
ち
you were
の
able to
協
reach
力を
this
得て
dimension
こ
with
の
the help
空間までや
is
ってきた
impressive.
でもまあ
But
私
how
は
do
や
I
っぱ
put
り
this?
すごいっしょ
I'm pretty impressed
こんな
myself.
風に必要な
I've
仕
finished
事を
all
終わ
my
らせて
important work,
ビアン
so I have
カ様
time
と
to
雑
chat
談
with
して
you.
るんだから
必要な仕事は
You're
もう
done
終
with
わっ
your
たんで
work.
すか
I thought we were just about to start the critical phase.
これが電子機器の
With the
調査
power
者
of a computer
人
processor,
間たちの
I
想
can
像
do
を
things
超
at
えるスピー
speeds
ド
you
で
can't
片
even
付けられる
imagine.
さ
Chapter 25X is probably one of my favorite chapters if I had to pick one of my favorites. All the multimedia linking. Also maybe love Durandal and Shigure Akira, of course. Plus more Sugar. Sugar's great lore and Auto and Nagamitsu. The fact that it is connecting multiple of the manga is really cool. Having read them. If I hadn't read them, I'd be complaining. And yeah, and the Durandal visual novel. All of the stuff coming together, all of the like concepts that they've established is really cool. It also makes it's both a positive and a negative that it makes the manga feel really worth reading and really important. Because on one hand, it means like reading them contributes greatly to the story of HI3. On the other hand, like I've said before, you need to have a guide to to understand this series, which sucks. I liked Durandal before, but reading London Holiday and Second Key really made me care a lot more about Durandal. She's a really interesting character, and not if, because I am convinced, I believe in my theory of it, when it is revealed that Durandal is original Kiana, it's gonna add even more, I think, to her character. Yeah. No, because like just the way that she is. I need to put this out. I still don't know for sure if Durandal is Kiana. I didn't even know that she had amnesia until last night. But I've had this theory for a while. I continue to believe it, and have only believed in it more. But like if that does turn out to be true, the fact that she has this like unbreakable belief in Otto, knowing that he's super shady still, is going to open so many routes if / when she is revealed to be Kiana, because Otto is a direct cause of like everything bad that has happened to Siren Kiana and to her family. So I just think it'll be a really good pop-off moment when and if that, I should say if and when that gets revealed. And yeah, we'll add just so much to her character. Durandal's probably in my... I have very much come to the conclusion that I am an Otto apologist. He is still probably an evil, shady man that couldn't care less about most things in the world as long as it gets him Colin back. But I know I've talked about this a few times, but for those who weren't there, the defining moment, the shift over for me with Otto was the scene of Otto talking to Colin in the prison, where he's begging her to marry him, not because he wants her to marry him. Obviously he does. He loves her. He wants to be with her forever. But it's just so that, like, it would keep her alive. He does not care if she feels the same way towards him as he does towards her, as long as she's alive. And that is the foundation of everything that he's doing. And I find that so compelling as a character. There's also the fact that if you look at things like, even putting that aside, Otto is always doing shady stuff. He's doing quote-unquote evil stuff all the time. But he's also running the organization that is doing a really good job of keeping the world around. Like, he's very selfish. He is very morally gray. Definitely on the side of, like, evil. But he's very much doing it. His selfishness has betterment for the world, and he takes that seriously. Even if it is the means to the end for him, he's still doing his best to keep this world going, to keep everyone safe. Even if I think he'd throw most of it away for Colin. Because if Colin came back to a destroyed world, she wouldn't be the happy Colin that he wants. Also adding to why I really like him, the fact that he treats Teresa and Amber like real individuals rather than failed Colin experiments is incredible. They are people to him. And they are relatively important people to him that he treats with the utmost respect. And if he were just, I want Colin for me, then he would be, you guys are close enough. I'm just gonna, like, stick some memories in you. Especially with Amber, who's clearly in love with him. Like, he'd be like, yeah, this is good enough. Let's go. Let's be happy together. But no, because they're not Colin. They are a different person. And that's how he treats them. But not, like, just like, yeah, okay, you're a different member of Shixel. You are a, trusted individual in my party. You are the project I was doing, my goal didn't work, but you aren't as much as you are a result of that failure, you yourself are not a failed experiment, you are a person. And it, like, that blows my mind for, like, the perception that I had of Otto early on. I think it was around, like, chapter 14 or 15 that I started to really be like, okay, I need to question my preconceived notions of Otto. He is still a villain. But just as Zangief, I believe it was said, just because you're a bad guy does not mean you are a bad guy. I feel very similar about Kevin. I don't like Kevin to the same degree that I like Otto. I think Otto is an incredibly well-written, deep character. I think Kevin also is, but not to the same extent. But Kevin also, he's doing bad things for a positive end. And Kevin is way more altruistic than Otto. Whereas Otto, like, all the good he has comes from a selfish place, where Kevin is very much, no, I'm gonna see everything, I'm gonna see the Honkai be destroyed and everything work out. He's like, they're both like doing evil, shady stuff for a greater good. And that's really interesting. And it also makes the interactions between the factions, like between Shixel, World Serpent, and the Hyperion crew / Anti-Entropy really interesting, because they all want the same things. It's a line of, what am I willing to do? What do I think is, like, moral to reach that goal? And what, like, the end state we want is. Because, like, Otto, earlier in this chapter, I really liked, was like, I can't let Kevin win. Because if Kevin gets his ending, as much as it'll be, like, a good thing overall, it'll subject us to the logic of the previous era. And we want to be ruled by current era logic. Doing shady things for a greater good and not saying that is pretty rare. Yeah, and both, Otto says it in almost a mocking way, in like he's framing himself as a villain to some people, almost like to just get under their skin. Kevin doesn't give a shit. Kevin's like, no, I don't care what your opinion is. I'm doing this. I'm getting rid of the Honkai. We're gonna save the world, and whatever the result of that is what the result of that is. Every character in this series is written incredibly well. I've said it, I think I said it before in this stream. Every stream I'm blown away by how much I like HI3. It is genuinely one of the best written things I've ever read. Well, and that's, just to made it clear, he doesn't think that they should rule as God, is the second key manga so good. That whole section is incredible. One, the ideological clash between Kevin and Sue is fantastic. Of Sue going, yeah, we need to help them, but, like, this isn't our era anymore, this isn't our world. Like, we need to let them set the course of their future. Where Kevin's like, Kevin basically just, as much as he acknowledges that this is a new era, Kevin is like, no, but it's the same world. It's still humanity. I can't fail again, basically. But then you have the moment where Kevin basically stops fighting Sue, as Sue is, sending him into the Sea of Quanta. And Sue just has a moment of like, yeah, I think I fucked up. I think I misjudged Kevin completely. No, I think the Kevin I knew is totally still in there. Because Kevin, my view of Kevin is Kevin cares almost too much. While he's willing to do all this dark, despicable stuff, like, killing tens of thousands of people for one success on Project Stigma, he's doing it out of an actual deep love for humanity. He's seen it go extinct once. He won't let it happen again. And if he has to sacrifice a great amount of people, it's gonna kill him inside. But he's willing to take that burden on to ensure that humanity survives. The fact that the Honkai is as big of a threat as it is, well, no, and that's why I think, like, I don't, Otto, I make the jokes of, like, Otto did nothing wrong. Otto's definitely did wrong things. I don't actually know that Kevin has. Because Kevin is coming from a perspective of watching his entire civilization die, go extinct. It's kind of a miracle that humanity has come back as it has. And like, he's seen how far it goes. He's seen all of the Hershers, all of his friends around him, except for Sue and Fuhua, basically die. He's seen the civilization crumble. Like, every fragment left of the previous era is gone except for small technologies that the current era is using. Every attempt he's done at getting rid of them has either failed or made things worse. Like, the fact that it was them trying to speed up civilization that caused the monster that killed Fushi and Nua to die, like, I'm sure weighs on him intensely. And he abandoned that plan because it clearly wasn't working. So now he's like, this plan will work. It's just going to require sacrifices. Everything else has failed. Everything else has failed at this point. This is all I've got left. And I given the stakes they're up against, if it were anything other than like a total extinction event, I would be like, okay, Kevin, you're going too far. But it is a total extinction event. There is no going too far in that case. And the difference between how I see him and how I see Otto is everything Otto is doing is to preserve the now, right? Like, this is all the civilization he's known. Kevin has seen what happens. He has seen his world go extinct. Otto doesn't have that. He like, logically, academically, I guess even, he knows that happened, but he doesn't have that emotional connection to it. He doesn't have the first-hand experience that Kevin does. And that's the difference between them in why I think, like, I would say that Otto has done bad thing. Like, Otto has done nothing wrong. Otto's done many wrong. I don't think Kevin has. And it's that difference in experience and perspectives. And yeah. Right. Yeah, not only will others die if he does nothing, the Honkai will continue. Like, it'll go happen to something else too. It's when you have your opposition be like an extinction event of nature, you can have your characters do more fucked up shit and it not be like, oh, it's not justified, it's not that. Because, like, no. Because it's if you kill 90% of people to make sure that 100% don't die, that's kind of justified. Something Zero Escape. Oh, I hope we get a Zero Escape 4. I need more stuff with Delta. Alright, anyway. I was pulling a direct example with that. For people that were here for my Zero Escape streams, you know why I'm getting this way. But no, yeah, Otto and Kevin are some of the best written antagonists, like, ever. I think Umineko is a better series overall, still. But I think they probably are more compelling villains than, like, Berncastel is in Umineko. I I'm comparing these purely, and this is a great comparison for me. I'm comparing these purely because Umineko is like a foundational series for me. It's probably to me the best written thing I've ever seen. As much as I would still consider Arc Tanelico my favorite thing. So like having that, even if I'm comparing it at all in any favorableness, that goes to show how much I think HI3 is really good. Oh, they are very different genres, absolutely. I just, like, it is, yeah, the fact that I'm comparing them at all shows you how much I'm enjoying this. Because Umineko is a foundational series for me.
But since this thing can't be done perfectly, I'm afraid after today I won't get much of a chance to come out and get fresh air. But I might lend out part of me. What do you mean, lend out part of you? Are you talking about the gems you're made of? Not my fault. Sometimes my brain runs faster than my mouth. A machine form. I guess I don't really have a mouth. Enough of the jokes. We'll likely have limited time to interact like this. You'd better let me analyze the whole situation again. After operating for several years, I gradually became aware that the crisis in the bubble universe originated when it was born. 50,000 years ago, to ward off the Honkai threat, humans were trying to discharge Honkai energy into a bubble universe in the Sea of Quanta. But as the Hershey destroyed their research center on the Mu continent, they were unable to implement their plan. Luckily, the ether anchor in the artificial bubble universe wasn't damaged. But Himiko? Or previous era, but no, actually, this wouldn't even be previous era, it's the bubble universe. Is that a Himiko? It looks like her, but I'm not sure. And then I imagine this is, she's got, I imagine this is Schrodinger. That's Shakespeare? Okay. Interesting, okay. Yeah, no, I picked up as soon as they were mentioned that they were Geronimo visual novel characters. I haven't seen them, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so Rita also goes into that bubble universe then. Okay. Humans then tried to turn the place they had been using as a garbage dump into a refuge. Into a refuge that could be inhabited by humans. That's the way we see it today. That's so hilarious, actually, and so desperate. Like, oh yeah, we're trying to just throw all of our issues over there. Well, it didn't work. I guess we should go into there. Pretty sure it's a different Shakespeare to the one in Ellen Palantis, though. I wasn't sure if it was Himiko or not. That's my whole that's my whole thing of it. Because I don't even think I really need to understand for this. Hold on. I'm choking a little bit. I need some water. Don't try to eat while you're speaking, kids. It not only didn't work, it didn't work so much that the place you're trying to dump your issues in is a better alternative to anywhere else, which is crazy. You couldn't find a single bubble universe better? It's like, oh, your garbage dump was the best spot left? In the hands of a madman, this hidden equipment created a devastating tragedy. Since then, the history of that world has been nothing more than a desperate struggle to survive. Just like here.
狂人の運命に終止符を打ったっしょ。そしてあのバラバラになりかけた世界を救う責任を背負うことになったっしょ。
Bianca, when you went on your expedition to that world, you not only sealed the fate of that madman, but also took responsibility for saving that world from collapse.
ニグラスの分析結果のように、
Just as Nigras' analysis predicted, the dimension of that bubble universe hindered its free attachment to the imaginary tree. So it was too big. It was like they were saying before, it was too big to actually reconnect.
その反転ラインは負のエントロピーシステムに固定される必要
Its
があるっしょ。
inversion-based sign still has to be anchored on
簡
a
単
stable
に言うと、残念ながら私たちの使命はまだ終わらないっしょ。
negentropy? I don't know this word. Hold on. What is the difference between negentropy and entropy? It's literally negative entropy. Okay.
大丈夫です。もともと
Sorry, usually it is everything connected that I don't understand. I literally never heard of the term negative entropy. But I mean, like, just from hearing that, I understand what it is. Okay, I prepared myself for this. Everything will be just like it was, right?
そういうわけではないっしょ。
I'm afraid not. Yeah?
私の仕事に変化はないけど、ビアンカ様は
Although my responsibilities
その
haven't
責任を
changed,
他の人に
now
分
you
担し
can
ても
share
ら
the
うことが
burden
で
that
き
you
るは
once
ずっしょ。
carried alone, Bianca.
それって
Do you mean...
砂
Come,
糖の鍵
I'll
の
give you
認知
temporary
権を
access
使
to
っ
the
て
Shiki
体
Key so
験
you
して
can
もらうっ
experience
しょ。
it for yourself. The girl nodded her head. Countless streams of data suddenly began pouring into her mind. For an instant, she understood what the Overseer meant when he said a consciousness so enormous that it defied common sense. I was thinking this as soon as you were talking about that. This is really similar to the will of the Honkai, just shoving shit into Otto. But unlike what the Overseer had said about the Honkai persona, this consciousness seemed to fill her mind with warmth and nostalgia. Like a birthday candle Rita lit for her on New Year's Eve. What?
ありがとうございます。本物の不朽なる刃。
Thank you, true immortal blades. Calm yourself, resting place of the universe. I am space-time itself, the source of the power that destroys all. My role is to obliterate all universes. The girl felt a familiar power flowing through her body. Alright, oh, that's not the one I wanted. We got Party Girl. We got, Saint Seiya. We got the Magical Girl energy. We have Coma. And I'm not sure of this. I have the power to destroy all universes. Yeah, this power is familiar. Well, that's not ominous at all. The girl felt a familiar power flowing through her body. 5 years earlier, she'd used this power to cut through layered space, cutting a manifold that supported an entire continent free from the bubble universe. In those 5 years, this power had been lying dormant, not in base reality, but in a strange dimension within her body. In terms of fighting capability, the girl who already possessed the Abyss Flower didn't need assistance from the Holy Blade, but as the name she now went by demonstrated, the Holy Blade Durandal had become a symbol for her life as a Valkyrie.
今私のコアを取り出せば、世界を守る責任をビアンカ様の信
Now,
頼でき
after
る仲間
extracting
に
my
任
core,
せ
you
るこ
can
とがで
transfer
きるっしょ。
the duty of protecting this world to any of your reliable colleagues.
そうすれば、
But
こ
what
の
if I
世
don't
界の
want
運命
to?
を背負う者が少しずつ増えるんですよね。
But more people can share the burden, right?
いや、
Well,
厳密
strictly
に言う
speaking,
と
only
背
one
負う
person
人
at a
は
time
一
can
人の
assume
ま
the
まっしょ。
responsibility. But now you can take
しかし、今な
turns.
ら
Ah,
互いに
so
交
it's
換が
Atlas
可能に
holding
なっ
up
た
the
っしょ。
sky, but, like, they'll actually come back and hold it up for you again later.
今砂糖の鍵の技術プランを学習することで、私を媒介にして
Through studying technologies that mimic the sugar key, I can now serve as an intermediary and establish an indirect link between the bubble universe and the imaginary tree. Although there's currently no way to realize our ultimate goal of an independent bubble universe, we don't need to rely on your body to protect that world anymore. Also, I've calibrated Sumeru for you. That way, after you give my core to someone else, you'll still be able to use the power of the Astral Highness for a short time. That means the Astral Highness didn't just disappear. That's right. Ultimately, the Astral Highness relies not on any particular bubble universe, but on the power of the Chief Quanta itself. Aside from these high-tech devices, where did that thing called Sumeru come from? I'm gonna find another one that I can use myself. No, I don't know about that. That might be hard. In your database, you have a record of a hero named Sue from the previous era. He was the one who entrusted Sumeru to me. He said he once spent several thousand of years implementing something called Project Veluca. The development of parallel universes was observed in hopes of finding a way to counter Honkai. I see. Although I don't have any information about that, if a person like that was willing to transfer Sumeru to you, he must have found the answer he was looking for, right? It seems so. He said that in the end, Project Veluca finally found the only answer. But he wouldn't tell me any details. I gave the information he left behind to the Overseer, but he wouldn't tell me anything either. Okay, so she has none of the information from that words from the leaf that she was given. That's very interesting. Have you guessed what it is, Durandal? No, I have no idea. It's the fact that I don't know that makes it so interesting. Isn't it also this way for humans? I can only say that you have some strange ideas about humanity. I am not an organic life form like you. Some misunderstandings are normal. That's what makes us unique. What happened? I'm getting a warning. In 5 minutes, the status of the link between the bubble universe and the imaginary tree may become unstable due to the chaos phenomenon. To ensure there are enough resources to respond, in the next 3 minutes, I must go manually control some programs. I guess that means our time together is over. Yeah, it's a shame. There's a lot we didn't get to talk about. Who won the Shixel Championship? And what about the Anti-Entropy Trophy? But Sue trusted Otto, which is interesting, or at least enough to entrust what he did to Bianca to pass on to Otto. So my read on it was that Bianca passed Sue's trials. So Sue trusted Bianca, and he saw through Durandal that Durandal trusted Otto. And so he was like, yeah, here, go, if you trust him, go give it to him. The thing that makes me question it is, so Sue was watching infinite possibilities, which means in theory he's seen what Otto's been up to outside of Durandal's lens. So the fact that he still gave it, knowing it would go to Otto, is really interesting. Because, like we said, Otto's shady. But I don't, like, he's not shady enough that Sue was willing to give it to him. Probably that means that Otto is the best case scenario in just, like, understanding, if nothing else. Or doing what needs to be done. Because it's entirely possible that something awful needs to be done to get the, the one future. And Otto's the only one that would be willing to do it. I could see something like that. Or it is just, like, hey, you passed my trials. No one else has been able to. If you trust him, I'll trust him. Some things you can trust with people in relation to people they care about, but not with other stuff too. Absolutely.
Well, and I think that's also part of why, because I think Kevin would probably have similar determination, but Sue loves Kevin. And so if something awful is a result, like if, you know, it results in Otto dying, maybe he doesn't want to give it to Kevin. Maybe he doesn't want Kevin to die. I think also Sue just thinks, oh, we should entrust the current era to people of the current era. And that's probably also a big part of it. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. To me, I was definitely, when I read the manga, I was like, anything related to Otto makes me think a lot, honestly. You care about this? You've never seen a soccer game in your life. So what? Can you talk about things unrelated to Honkai? It's the greatest joy for me. I get it. Well, thanks. Miss Bianca's embarrassed. So cute. Yeah, no, I just like anything related to Otto. Anything related to Otto is interesting to me. I really have to go now. Though in the future, people may have to sacrifice their lives. I believe that Pioneer has found the only answer. Yeah. No, I think this is exactly it. I think Sue gave it to Otto because something or someone needs to be sacrificed for it, and Otto will do that. Without hesitation. And that's why Otto hasn't told Durandal. Because Durandal will hesitate. Durandal will have moral quandaries over it. But Otto will do what needs to be done. If everyone continues to have faith in the world, they're colleagues in themselves. Time will prove them right. Until we meet again, how about I give my physical form to you for safekeeping? The signal disappeared. Yeah, we'll definitely be able to meet again, right? It's good to be optimistic, though I have a feeling that those people from the previous era are kind of scary. They're definitely scary. I love them all. One thing I find interesting about the previous era people is we keep finding out more of them are alive. Because first it's, Kevin's the only one alive. Oh wait, no, Fuhua was from that. She's still kicking. Oh, Sue's still alive, kind of. He's stuck in the Sea of Quanta, but he's alive. The painter girl might still be alive. We just haven't had connection with the Ark. We know I know at least very explicitly that May is dead, and that Sakura is dead. And I think that's it. I have a very strong feeling that Alicia is still alive. I can't wait for more, for part 2 of, Elysian Realm for that. Mobius might still be alive. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mobius we're seeing is not like a memory thing, but is just Mobius. Some of the others are probably dead, but I don't know. More of them just keep popping up, the Flame Chasers. In the beginning, Dr. Sue also threatened to lock me in his bubble universe. Sounds like that was a bluff. That kind of person wouldn't change their opinion of you so quickly. It's honestly funny that I got an insurance ad during these conversations about whether you can trust people with stuff that has to do with the fate of the universe. Yeah, you know, just buy insurance and you'll be fine. The whole idea of the previous era that, like, failed and that we have characters left over from it is interesting. Like, progenitor races being, you know, the thing isn't uncommon. It's in a lot of sci-fi stuff, like Halo, Mass Effect both directly have them. But they very rarely have characters from it still. Mass Effect is one I know of. I think Halo has some, but they don't come till way later. The fact that there are still a bunch of people kicking from it. Like, it just adds a lot to the story of the previous era, because now, like, there are people that carry it on. It's not just a legend of the failures before. It's like, no, look, here's the stuff still from it that are still fighting.
The Nagaras, where do you get the feeling that those people are scary? I'm not sure. Just a feeling. I thought it was better to tell you.
Thanks. But when it's time to meet my fate, I will not back down. At least now I don't have to shoulder my burden alone.
Hey, maybe it's not so good to say that. That's exactly the way Cecilia thought about it. And she's dead. For example, I really don't want that sword of yours. You hold on to it. I don't want a flood of random thoughts coming into my brain.
I didn't mean it like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to stress you out.
I just got a little excited. You don't need to apologize. My god, you surpassed Nagaras and I in your skills of Valkyrie. I trust your judgment.
However you say it, the important thing is to get the message across, right? Bianca knows that Kira is worried. Kira knows Bianca can behave herself. No need to dwell on apologies. The sugars do not advocate such a thing.
You're right. Just call us anytime you need help, Bianca.
Okay, and I'll remember to not be so polite next time. Then I guess that's it. The Bubble Universe mission has entered a new phase, and we each have many more missions to complete. Since we can say that this experiment has come to an end, I guess I'll start up the genius device.
Leaving so soon? Won't you sit down for a while and have some dessert? Bianca's always like this. She really gives herself time to relax. We don't need formal etiquette to understand each other. She always had this approach to life.
Thanks for understanding, Kira. Hope to see both of you again.
Yeah, next time remember to treat me to a chocolate buffet.
That's not enough. Let's go sing karaoke.
Don't forget it. I'm just self-conscious.
Her signals completely disappeared from the space. There's something that can be inferred from her calculations that you didn't bring up. I'm not sure you will have an opportunity to meet again.
It wasn't the right moment. Besides, I think in some ways she is definitely better. She is definitely different than Cecilia. She needed her help to awaken her power.
Bad thing? Bad thing.
Although the road ahead will surely be difficult, she and Rita will do what they've always done. Find a solution.
You want to eat dessert, but you're the sugars? I mean, listen, they live in like a sugar wonderland. I think that's why they're named the sugars. I don't think they themselves are sugar. It very much seemed when, the one in Alien Space got smushed, that their insides were like green goop blood.
It'll be alright.
That all of EX? No. There are also some notes to read. Oh god, we're back to this. Oh no. A few days ago. With a few wrist twists, Solium threads reach out from the fair-haired man's sleeves. Okay, this is Otto. He's using the thread to control the puppet, just like how the puppet was controlling the tin puppet. He injected his electronic neurons into the puppet like a Trojan program, and calmly watched the Hersher from a distance. Wait, when is this? The 10th Hersher of Dominance, a collection of thousands of minds connected to a myriad of fragile puppets. As someone who also had a distributed mind, he found it a perfect victim. He's watching idly as it provokes each Hersher in turn, as it is almost wiped out by anti-entropy, and watching as it forces K423 to duel with the other half of Siren's consciousness. But he wasn't interested in their growing up stories. He needed to snatch the Hersher core capable of creating unique spaces before anyone did. And the opportunity came to him. When the 10th Hersher was fighting K423, there was no way it realized the rat among its puppets' army. So one of the puppets in the Hersher of Dominance was being controlled by Otto. Thus, at the very moment when the newborn Hersher of Flame Scion swung the blade of conviction, he got his hands on the 10th Hersher's core. All warfare is based on deception. He saw no shame in this. Before the core's connection to the imaginary space was cut, he quickly examined this spatial power that didn't belong to the Hersher of the Void. And exactly then, he was dragged into a white void by an intangible force. Wait, did the will of the Honkai grab him again? Oh, they sure did. Well, wait a minute, that looks like Colin. You know, it's probably the will of the Honkai taking the form of Colin. He didn't expect this, but he wasn't afraid. 17 years ago, he had visited this place, and back then, he hadn't adapted to any thinking pattern that's not human. He remembered he came up with a question in a hurry. Before the question was formed and uttered, the answer had surged into his mind. It was so deep and profound that no brain could have kept it. After the moment, he did believe the one before him was an almighty God. A God won't mind any man's thoughts, just like a man won't mind any ant's thoughts. But that remained an unconfirmed assumption. It wasn't a precondition or a truth. 17 years later, he had now grasped the priceless data from Princess Project Veluca. He knew this existence that dwelled in the void only had more knowledge than any human. Knowledge is, of course, a source of power. But knowledge itself isn't. Right, okay. A tick looks just as tiny as an ant, but unlike an ant, it carries numerous viruses which can make a human who sits at the top of the food chain suffer from a hemorrhagic fever. I knew exactly how to say that, but I could not get it out. Hemorrhagic fever and beg for a quick death. So in their second encounter, he could face the existence calmly. He's gonna infect the will of the Honkai. Here we meet again after 17 years, will of the Honkai. Yes, I've come to a better understanding of you now. You can't change how the world works. You can't intervene directly. Your disciples are Hershers. They can't realize their full potential. If the imaginary tree behind you is an ocean, you're but a narrow strait. But of course, any strait can drown thousands of auto-apocalypses. Yes, this is what Auto-Apocalypse plans to do. I'm grateful that you won't intervene. Just, you won't even stop Kevin Caslana. You two should be well acquainted. I see. That's something I won't be able to witness. Besides, I can never measure your pursuits with human standards. It's a pleasure. Huh. My name is Elizabeth McSmith. Nothing special about it. When I was named, my dad didn't give it much thought. Why does her name have to be special? Isn't Beth cute? However happy my dad is with this name, it's rarely used now. For reasons I can't blame on others, people now call me by an exotic Far Eastern name. Nagamitsu, okay. Not that I'm remotely connected to the Far East. I hope you have a good night, Ihon. Sleep well. It all started 5 years ago. Baby. Excuse me, is this the same? Is this the ST-1504 lab of Nagamitsu the 17th? Yes, I'm the director here. Are you Miss... That she mentioned Otto and called her Bianca. Atagina, right? I think it was. Can I call you Nagamitsu? Huh? Sorry, did I make a mistake? The youngest A-ranked Valkyrie in history made a huge mistake. Nagamitsu the 17th was simply part of the lab name, some sort of ancient legacy. In the year 1504, a bladesmith from the Far East set up a workshop at Shixel. Later on, the workshop turned into a design institute and then a lab. The Nagamitsu name refused to die and stuck with it. Which is to say, the original Nagamitsu workshop had seen 16 different masters or directors to become the lab it is now. And in no way is the name associated with Elizabeth McSmith. Of course, she could have clarified it, but she didn't bother. So she answered like this. No, don't mind me. Sure, Nagamitsu. Maybe it was because people found it interesting. Maybe because Elizabeth McSmith sounded a mouthful. But Nagamitsu isn't? I guess if it's in the East and Eastern name, yeah. Or maybe it was too hard to tell the 6 Smiths and 3 Elizabeths apart at HQ. That's pretty fair. Anyway, Nagamitsu became my new name that day. But that's not the point. At least back then, my attention wasn't on the name at all. You ever see a set if there is a place where the previous relic could be taken out from you? It has to be this lab. I understood immediately. Mr. Apocalypse sent me another test subject that he had lost interest in. The naive me thought this was just a simple case of something being left accidentally in her body. So I assured her and arranged a full set of examinations. Of course, the test results hit me hard the instant I got my hands on them. It's way beyond the reach of any medical measures. X-ray, ultrasonic, MRI, they all return no anomaly, no signs of Honkai energy leak either. The trying lasted for half a year. I assume that is the experiments. Until one day, out of despair, I tried measuring neutrino radiation on her. And I was shocked to find her body was emitting more neutrinos per second than 10 nuclear power plants. Unless it was a black hole in her heart or under her belly button. I had to admit the impossible. A huge unstable space was somehow folded up inside her body. Great! The public universe became stabilized after the invasion. Finally, there's a way to find out. Thank you. From that day on, the passionate girl became a frequent visitor of the lab. She cared more about her inner neutrino radiation than her body measurements. As time passed on, I heard a lot of bizarre stories about another world from her. Shakespeare, the submarine piloting pirate, Thoreau, the founder of the Republic of South American Aboriginals, Watt, the brain-computer interface engineer. I'm gonna have to read the Durandal visual novel now. And I got to witness her fiery passion become deeper, more intense, but also more reserved as her age grew. For the Shixel rookies, it was impossible to imagine the silent, calm Valkyrie Durandal. Had a heart that burned brighter than fire. Dudu VN, the proto Genshin. I don't know that you want to call it Dudu VN. I don't know that Durandal's nickname being Dudu is showing of your enjoyment of her. Nagamitsu, how many regular checkups have I done? Do you have the statistics? Dudu is a canonical nickname for her. Haha, they call her Poop. It's Chinese pun for duck, that makes more sense. Or goose, not duck. Again, makes more sense, because in English, haha, doo-doo is poop. Let me see. Oh, 216th time. The cube of the number 6. Just as sensitive with the mathematical properties of numbers. Oh, God. I don't understand. I don't understand why these side sections are so bad. What is going on? Not only is the text, like, the text scrolling weird, it's why is it so small? I remembered when you explained how special the number 17 is. These extra sections have been awful every time. I don't understand. Because the regular segments are fine. How about that?
はい。あの時は
Yes, you were trying to
正
explain
十
why I
七
had
角形はなぜ定規と
the
コンパスによ
decagon
っ
could
て
be drawn
探
out
査で
with
きるかを
rulers and
私に
compasses.
強引に説明しようとして
That's
い
a
ました
new
ね。
bug. Well, I've been seeing stuff like that the whole time. Like constantly, text gets smaller when it doesn't need to fit into its designated box. Like it's been happening the whole time I've been playing HI3. That level is a new one though.
穴があったら入りたい気持ちでいっぱい
Thinking
よ。
back now, I wish to dig a hole and bury my old self in.
何よ、その無理な話題作りは。
That
恥ず
was
かし
so
すぎ
lame
る
for
わ。
making a conversation.
あら、いい思い出だ
But
と
to
思
me,
っ
it
て
was a
ます
pretty
よ。
good memory.
少なくとも
At least it
唯
was
一
unique.
無二の思い出です。
You're the one that's
そう
truly
思い
unique.
ませんか？
Bianca, Durandal, Atagina. I cannot make it go faster. I know it sounds absurd saying this from where I stand, but I do wish to keep supporting you until the day your dream comes true. I also can't skip this one. Until the day you find yourself a new dream. Oh my god. Oops. I'm really not like the Valkyries. I'm essentially evil. I don't get it. Like, it's not a problem in main chapters. It's only in these that it's an issue. The day after the conclusion of the
みんな
experiment.
が全力で協力して
Thanks
く
to
れたお
everyone's
か
hard
げで
work, yesterday's
昨日の
experiment was a
実験のこれ
complete
からそう
success.
遠くない未来
Going forward, see,
天
here's
命
what I'm
は
talking about. Like, it
崩
gets
壊と
smaller
対
when
抗
it
してきた
doesn't need
人
to.
類の歴史に決
Going
定的
forward,
な
and I
一歩を
believe it
踏み
won't
出
take
せ
too
るだろう
long. Victor will take a decisive step in the fight against
も
Honkai.
ちろんきっとみんなも
Of
分かっ
course,
て
as
い
I'm
る
sure
とは
everyone
思う
knows,
が
this kind of progress is bound to hurt a minority of people, and sometimes seems to harm the personal interests of most people.
しかし
But we must also see that these sacrifices are limited and temporary.
ネゲントロピーが邪魔をしてくるかもしれないし
Perhaps anti-entropy will give us trouble, and I doubt we'll get any material assistance from World Serpent.
天命という要塞が
But as long as our Shitzel fortress is still standing, humanity can look forward to a brighter future.
おっとさ、
Mr.
その
Ozem,
長
are
話
you
は
done
ま
with
だ
your
終わらない
speech?
の？
Are you getting to the
本
important
当に
part?
大事な。
では
Well, to make a long story short,
これからの任務を計画通りに遂行する
to
ために
ensure that future missions are carried out according to plan, as Overseer, I will now declassify the identity of the last S-rank Valkyrie.
僕本人がこの座を降りるまで
You will work closely with you in future missions until my retirement.
彼女
Following Otto's introduction, a new face appeared for the first time in Chixel HQ. Like the completion of the experiment, her appearance marked a new stage in the Overseer's life work. The dice had been rolled. The dusty old wheels of destiny began to turn once again. Look at that. Look at that, I'm the strongest. No deaths, no more than 30 hits. Easy. 1 second long. Absolutely crushed it. Did he succeed? Did he make a Colin? In conclusion,
このオットーアポカ
I,
リプス
Otto
は
Apocalypse,
本日をもって天
resign
命
as
主教の座を
Shixel
退
Overseer.
き組織を抜
I
けさせて
withdraw
も
from
ら
the
う
organization, effective immediately. Sure you do. Hang on. Honkai no see. Master Fever. Okay, I didn't know I should tell the main story. My God. Oh, you really main story. He's not gonna be stupid in this one, but I don't care. Oh, so Sushong's the other, yes, so this is real auto. That's not Void Archives. Makes me think that the other auto we're seeing is Void Archives. I know I stopped voicing everything that when I started freaking out over Suchong. But all right. I think I have enough energy to probably do the first chapter proper. Indeed, Sushong is another reason I love the chapter 25 EX cutscene. I really thought she was a purely backstory character after the everything with Fuhua's backstory. That has me so excited. I've been like very much waiting for her to show up. Oh boy. We got some stuff for this one, huh? You can view the stories that happened before you came to Colliston here. Okay, so it's all connected. Oh, okay, now I can select it. Never mind, I can't select it? Go to map. Oh, okay. Oh! The girl's consciousness slowly floated up from the abyssal darkness. Her most vivid memories played before her eyes. Who is he? Did I kill him? This is Colin. The girl was grief-stricken. Although the memories were fragmented, the pangs of guilt had tormented her for a long time. The victim must have been... No matter who the handsome man lying in the pool of blood was, the girl let him down. A drop of water fell on the girl's cheek, awakening her consciousness. The man turned his vacant gaze to something behind the girl. The girl wanted to turn around to see what he was looking at, but her body wouldn't respond to her commands. But he was... But why does it seem like he's crying? Was it because of that promise? I can't witness that moment. I didn't know it mattered so much to you. But I can tell that you aren't looking at me. What is it that you're so upset about? Another drop of water fell upon the girl's cheek. She lost consciousness once again. Relax, you were just having a nightmare. A calm voice seemed to come from far away. The girl tried to open her eyes, but all she saw was darkness. Hi, Cinda. You just missed me screaming about Sushong. You haven't recovered your eyesight yet. But don't worry, that's normal when waking up from such a deep hibernation. The mysterious voice gradually filtered into her dream. In about an hour, your body will regain its functions. Before that, I want to give you some basic information about the current era. Right. Do you know who I am? If you do, try to nod your head. The girl tried to remember how it felt to move her muscles. After a few seconds, she managed to nod her head several times. She felt like stretching, but her arms still wouldn't obey her commands to move. Excellent. There's no need to rush. Your limbs will regain mobility with time. Anyway, I have some information to share with you. Currently, it is May of 2017, AD. Sorry, putting it that way might just confuse you further. In other words, it is now 520 years after you entered hibernation. Hibernation, okay. But, so he did it. Over 4 months later, Friday, October 13th, 2017. What a depressing yet happy day. In 500 years, I've never seen a day like this. To fool everyone, you must pretend to be just like them. And most people will not come out from underneath their dark clouds to see the sun, to seek the sun. Time to meet an old friend. This might be the only weather under which she can keep a good mood. I don't care, go away, she's right there. The navigation bar is located at the top center of the screen. Use it to locate your target. The navigation bar shows the distance and direction from your target to you. Please take note that when your target is above or under you, a special pointer will appear. Hi, Sushan. You are here, Sushan. The scenery here is wonderful. Nagamitsu told me about this place. I doubt I would have found it on my own. She's so short. I didn't know this. I mean, Otto might also just be tall, but... Like, she's clearly, like, much... I mean, we know she's much older than, Star Rail Sushung is. But she's so short. She's as tall as Bronya? Oh, hell yeah. Seems you're blending in with everyone. Excellent. You always seem to exceed expectations. Hey, lent you the Vaksha who was insisting that I become some kind of S-rank Valkyrie. Do you want me to take on my new identity or not? I just was concerned that you might have trouble adapting to modern society. It's alright. For those of us in Wandering House, aside from microwaves, showers, and flushing toilets, not much has changed. Oh. Okay, so she is from the past. So, okay, that wasn't Colin then. That was probably Susha that he was talking to. That he was talking about, like, being in hibernation. Okay. So then, if that's true, were the things... Was, like, Fuhua's backstory going on at the same time as Otto and Colin's story? I knew it was, like, in the past. I didn't think it was concurrent with that. Okay. And of course, in this era, the average person can follow their own dreams, just like those examples I just gave. Otto and Colin's story takes place concurrent with the disciples. Okay. I knew it was in the past. I thought it was more recent than that. But okay, that makes sense, though. Then after Fuhua's murdered by them, Colin tries to find her and isn't able to find her. Okay. Okay. So Colin going to Fuhua, or going to try to find Fuhua, is what leads her east. That makes sense. She's not just trying to get away from Shixel. She was trying to go to Fuhua. But ended up, she's dead, so she wasn't able to find it. 30 or so years pass and Otto meets Sushang looking for Fuhua. Okay. Yeah, no, that all makes sense. He never completed. It'd be like that. I mean, I guess it is completed in that, it comes to here. But yeah, there's missing pieces between. Another world has conveniences that allow ordinary people to live independently, so there aren't as many annoying rules and customs. What if so-called freedom is you faking your own disappearance over the past 3 days? That's my fault. For letting Amber and Nagamitsu take care of you during that time, please forgive me. I really just wanted to meet Durandal and Rita as soon as possible. I'm hoping we'll be able to learn some martial arts from each other. I'm not sure about Rita, but I doubt Bianca would turn down an opportunity to spar. I still feel like this might be Void Archives, but maybe not.
Are you saying you skipped town when everyone was the busiest? I didn't want to be an imposition on everyone. Now you're finally coming back, but everyone else is constantly out on missions again. Seriously, this final plan of yours doesn't need to be that complicated.
Kevin still currently has the Void Archives? Okay. Well, okay, so obviously I have future knowledge that I know Void Archives takes Otto's appearance. But Otto had said at one point that he was gonna, like, disappear, and the implication seemed to be that Void Archives was gonna, like, take his place as Overseer. But maybe that plan is going to be, like, enacted here? I don't know, just because also, like, everyone is being like, oh, Otto, you're acting differently than normal. You could say I'm best at these methods that are most satisfying to me.
You're really satisfied with those? Could it be that you're probably mortal?
Yes, but as you know, I don't care much about my own fate.
Alright, you win. But there was something that surprised me even more. Is it true that you found a way to cross the boundary between past and present? And you managed to haunt every place in this town?
Nagamitsu must have told you about that. But I didn't really summon the world of 500 years ago. I just used its data to create a kind of projection. It was a battlefield 500 years ago. It's crazy that he has, I mean, like, it's clearly not as good as the, like, with the way he walks, as the, like, actual playable models. But it is crazy that he has a model and he's not playable. See those ghost fires? They're projections of strong wishes from the past. Lingering residue of the old time. They're will-o-wisps. You can simply ignore them if you're not interested. It's okay. We have Luocha in Star Rail to make up for it, right? I think Luocha is interesting, but him being a healer makes him not, like, as interesting as you'd want Otto to be. I mean, also, he's probably not Otto, or, well, he's definitely not Otto. He's probably not Void Archive? Probably, but that's one reason I pulled Luocha, yes. I'm in such a state of, like, I want Lingsha because she's Fushinua, but I need to save for Sunday, because my rolls have been shit lately. And as Lingsha, she hasn't done enough to actually make me care outside of her being, you know, having Nua's face. So I really don't know. I do like her. I really like her design, but I'm like, nah, I might have to skip her. The enemy may use Honkai as a weapon, but we have lived until now, so we can annihilate the enemy. No mind me. I should go organize the counterattack. Get moving, fool! I need the Fu Hua. I need Marshal Hua in Star Rail. I need to see her. Is this Sasha? As a child, she was tortured by Shix's human experiments, and now in the final moments before victory in this battle. I'm sorry, Colin. She is fighting for you, and I didn't protect her well enough on this final campaign. Even if I gave up Marciel, it would do nothing more than give me a relatively dignified death. So you already knew everything that happened, my little brother Otto. It's my sister Risa. It would indeed be a dignified death. After all, it was one of the carefully planned ways to die that you gave to Colin. Risa. No matter what, I'll never forgive you or myself, because you and I were the ones who caused Colin's death. I wish I could walk a little faster. You idiot! I am Martial Apocalypse, the head of the House of Apocalypse, and the legitimate overseer of Shixel. Who among you dares to kill me? It seems that my pitiful nephew, Martial. He's been a puppet of the he's been a puppet overseer all his life. Never realized he's a chess piece for someone else. I mean, actually, the Watcher being a healer makes a lot of sense. The outfit he has is similar to the outfit you just saw at the start of the chapter in Seven Swords. VN Otto has that outfit. Otto uses the Abyssal Flower in the original level. Oh no, I totally understand all of that. Like, I know that, I just think that, like, there are really interesting healers. Gallagher's really interesting. I really like Quofo. But I just feel like there's a lot less you can do as a healer because your job is to heal. And there's only so many ways you can do that. Whereas as a DPS, there's all different ways you can, like, actually do damage. Yeah, no, the references on the Wocha are pretty obvious. Also the fact that one of his attacks is called Abyss Flower. I just think, like, I don't know. I think Otto, if I were to get playable Otto, I'd want him as a DPS. I think it's just my thought on it. But I do think Luocha is really interesting. I really hope we actually do get more of Luocha and Jingliu's story at some point. I think it gets swept up in the problem of early Cienjo of it had too much going on, and the Cienjo definitely seems like something that's going to be recurring in between patches. So like there's definitely hope that it'll come back, but I was just like, damn, I want to see more of this, especially now, like, knowing HI3 stuff. The context of the Cienjo has me, like, so much more interested in the context of, like, seeing it as a extrapolation or like a almost inverse invention of Fuhua's story. And obviously it stands on its own without that. I just like adding that onto it. I care so much more about it. I find it so much more interesting. Since we're already back there currently, I think we'll see him again, especially as a prison map now. They explicitly said, there was a document about it before, but in this patch they explicitly say Jingliu and Luocha were moved to a different ship. So we're not going to see them for a little bit.
ここまで来ると静かだな。時間の残滓に邪魔されることもない。
Quiet here. There's no trace of interference from those scoundrels. This is a church, like a temple for you Rakshas. Yes, this place has been quite a refuge for over 500 years. This is where my father announced I would be inheriting the overseer position, but a woman murdered him shortly after. That woman was my sister, Risa Shariak. Later, she also came here to manipulate my nephew Marcial into imposing her will on Shixel. And Colin. This was also the place where we parted ways, and she cut off contact with me. So those ghosts who vanished, did have something to do with you. Yes, they all died in Shixel's civil war. The war was between Shixel's HQ under Risa's control, and the new Shixel of which I was elected commander. You had to go through a civil war before you finally became overseer. That's right. It was in 1491, 14 years after Colin died, and I fled on my own. I cursed Risa Shariak with all my heart. Truly give the Shariak a bad name. It's okay. We've got Cecilia to prop up that family. It was then that you started to work on bringing your friend back from the dead, right? That's accurate. As I said when I woke you up, the time will soon be here.
もうすぐその時がやってくる。
まさか
You aren't trying to revive her from the past, are you?
それが
If I
で
could
き
do
たら
that,
話
it
は
would
簡
make
単なん
everything
だ
a
け
lot
どね。し
easier.
かし歴史
History
は
is
歴史
history.
だ。
We can't change the
今
past
日とい
one
う角
bit.
度世界のかけら
Whether
も
it's fragments of the
魂の
world
残
or
影も
imprints of souls,
それは
they're
本
nothing
物
like the
の世
real.
界と人に
These
は
are
なら
nothing
な
like the
い。
real world and real people.
じゃあ
And how are you going to do
何を
it?
する
本当に聞きたいの
Are
か
you
い？
sure you want to know? The Raksha thought for a few seconds and slowly began to explain. The girl was left speechless, but it was because his explanation shocked her. In fact, his explanation just seemed to be a bunch of obscure terminology. The time stored in the imaginary tree could be reactivated using its inherent energy. The ability of Herschers to control higher dimensional space can be channeled to induce a fracture in the time dimension. The girl had good reason to be doubtful. Was this stream of jargon even intelligible human language? So... literally, like, the Hersher are so strong that they could, like, punch a hole in time, potentially letting him, like, go back? Or at least, like, grab something from the past. Interesting. Perhaps the subject really was extremely complicated, or maybe Otto was explaining it like this because he didn't want her to understand. Ugh, I shouldn't have even brought it up.
とにかくあんたは
In
何度
any
も
case,
私
you
を
saved
助
my
け
life
てく
more
れ
than
た
once. Now that I'm on board, there's no going back now.
大げさだな。今
Are
回
you
の計画
kidding?
がどう進
I
んだ
can
として
promise you
も
that whatever
君
happens
個
with
人
this
に
plan,
不利
you
は
won't
な
be
いと約
harmed.
束し。
その言い方だと
But based on what
他
you
の人
said,
た
a
ち
lot
が
of
大
other
変な
people
目
will
に遭
suffer,
うっ
right?
てこと
Rakshas just laugh when they have nothing to say.
じゃあ
Then,
将来の私はあ
besides
んたに恩を返
paying
すだ
my
けじゃ
debt
な
to you,
くて
I might also have to get my
将
revenge.
来じゃなくて今ケリをつけることもできるぞ。
I imagine also, like, I think there's more letters in it, but, like, Raksha are a type of demon, in, I think, Hindu mythology, if I remember right. I think they're, if I'm remembering right from SMT, they're the, I don't know if this is, like, what they actually look like in actual mythology, but they're the, like, red dual sword guys in SMT. I think it's Rakshasa? But I would imagine that's what she's, like, actually directly referencing. It's also an insult, I think, at least in the VN, it seemed to be meant in a negative way. She's definitely also, she's pretty much, I think, saying it to refer to white people as a whole, which is really funny. I think Raksha also, if I remember right, is a character in the Jungle Book. I don't think it's in the movie. I think it's the, no, I think they are, because I think they're the, like, the wolf, right? That raises Mowgli? It's been a long time since I saw Jungle Book. In this context, Raksha, the corruption of Russian for white people north of China, that also makes sense. Raksha opened his empty hands. If someone wanted to make a move, they could end his life in an instant.
いや
Alright,
Yeah,
you're
me too.
playing dumb.
今ケリをつけたら恩を返せなくなるもの
Of course, Li Sushang
それ
doesn't
は
mean it in
人
a
形
bad
の
way.
精神に反する
So this is very clearly, like, everything I know about her is this is a much more mature version of Sushang versus the Star Rail one. But if there is any similarity in the characters, I could totally believe that she's stupid enough that she heard this word being used, didn't know what it meant, and just kept using it. I love Star Rail Sushang. She's so stupid and it's great. She's she's smart in a lot of ways, but so, like, I feel like she's, like, she has intelligence, right? Her intelligence stat is pretty good, but her wisdom stat is her dump stat. Sushang is kind of out of touch across both gangs as her character trait. Love it. Love to see it. Sushang is genuinely probably top 10 characters in the Star Rail for me. I love her so much. I hope she gets an SSR at some point. Thank you for your clean state, that I can no longer pay my debt to you. And where I come from, such a thing cannot be tolerated. I've never heard of an S-rank Valkyrie being bound by rules of a foreign land. You. Don't worry. I didn't mean to argue with you. And honestly, I'm quite afraid of death. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be in the world after 500 years. The Raksha laughed heartedly. It was hard to say whether it was genuine or not. You really are just... Alright, I think it's almost time. There's a news segment broadcast worldwide that I want to show you. Huh? Slightly earlier, 8 a.m. I don't know what MDT is. I don't know what time that is. A warrior named Fu Hua wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had just finished her morning training and was looking forward to taking a relaxing hot shower. But she was stopped by a voice she had not heard in a long time. Good morning, Miss Fu Hua. Good morning, Dr. Einstein. You also come to work out. I don't think Einstein does that. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I don't feel great if I don't work out. By the way, only Western-style breakfast is being offered on base today. Have you gotten used to it? Of course. Today's breakfast was delicious. Especially the foie gras and steak was truffled. For breakfast? Melt in your mouth, deliciousness. It's great that you like it. It's been quiet out there lately. The Sovereign has been showing off his culinary skills. But have you seen he doesn't cook nearly as fast as a professional? There aren't as many dishes available. No, please don't say that. Today's breakfast was really amazing. He did have the best ingredients to work with. But it was thanks to breakfast that I felt like working out and saw you here. Actually, the Salt Lake base is so big the technical staff and Mountain Time, probably. Because that would be where the Salt Lake base would be. Okay. Actually, the Salt Lake base is so big that technical staff and combat personnel barely get to see each other except in the cafeteria. So meeting by chance like this doesn't happen often. Miss Fu Hua, although it happened more than 60 years ago, but when I was organizing my things lately, I came across this book still in good condition. I think this originally belonged to you. Eh? When Einstein pulled out an old hardcover book with yellow pages out of her bag, Fu Hua was amazed, continuing to not be able to properly gender characters. 300 Tang poems. 300 Tang poems was a poetry anthology well known by the people of Shenzhou. The copyright date was 1955, the year that the North American branch broke away from Chicxul. I gave this to someone in London that year. Although you warned him back then, maybe it's best that you went your separate ways. But memories are indeed a person's most treasured possession. At least it's that way for me. Well, Emma and Joyce. They left a deep impression on me. Yeah, the amount of ship art I've seen in recent days between you two makes me think so. They had an impact on the way I live my life even today. Of course, I'm even luckier to have good people like Dr. Tesla around me these years. Yeah, that's really great. Compared to fate memories, having good friends by your side is a really wonderful thing. This is I hope you read all the external material story arc. I've read some summarization of the what do you call it? The AE visual novel. unfortunately, I found it very boring. Not necessarily because of the content, but because it sure is, here's words on a blank background, almost. Like, there's not even, at least in what I did, there wasn't even really characters. But I know enough about, Joyce and all the stuff that went on in that to be able to understand, I think, without worrying. Even though they will eventually be gone too, people should never reject happiness in the present because of past suffering or disillusionment with the future. I have no doubts that both visual novels are incredible. I just have a limited amount of time in the day and many, many things that I want to do. As they say, people come and go and the future becomes the present. That's from one of the poems he gave to us that year. Yes, it makes me think that Meng Haron felt the same appreciation for his friends all those centuries ago. Even though everyone's flame eventually goes out, whether it is suddenly extinguished or gradually fades away, well, life has never been about the past or future. To use the language of this place, I think it's always in the present tense. Thank you. Huh? I meant thank you for taking the time to reminisce with me for a while. And seeing the easygoing way you live your life now, it's wonderful. Makes it easier to think about those decades-old memories. Of course, if I could really look at the night sky with him again. Sorry for talking nonsense. I guess I should start my workout. Goodbye, Miss Fuqua. Let's talk again soon. It was as if a lonely bell rang in her heart. Although the girl had initiated the conversation, she was the one who looked for a way to end it. And as the warrior stood there, she felt the great significance this time of hope and peace had for the people around her. Even though the incident of the Hersher of Dominance didn't end well, mainly because the Hersher Corps was unaccounted for, I think it went well overall. We definitely did lose the Corps, but, like, everyone's okay. Even though everyone knew more difficult challenges lay ahead. Everyone seemed to be in tacit agreement that they should enjoy the relatively peaceful lives at the moment. The warm water reinvigorated her, and she was momentarily lost in thought. Warriors don't dream, and she had no personal aspirations worth putting her energy towards. This was because she already had powers that exceeded those of ordinary people. Even when she was a student 50,000 years ago, she lived a simple life like this. This mindset sometimes made her like an unassuming person without strong opinions. Made her seem like an unassuming person without strong opinions. Yet it was also the mindset that would later turn her into a ruthless fighter. That naive girl, that warrior who only followed orders, that dangerous celestial. That precious class monitor, that confidant of the Shixel Overseer. Those were all her, and yet none of them were. Who am I? This unanswerable philosophical question was perhaps even harder for her than for others. So in facing the unconventional Hersher born from her own body, she was perhaps the least surprised of anyone around her. At least she thought she could face this spirit born from the same source as her without prejudice, although from her counterpoint's perspective, the old-timer had just provoked her again and again. 2 months ago, along with the victory, the Hersher powers stolen by the Hersher of Dominance returned to their original core. But this time, that shackled version of her chose to use even more extreme methods. She cut off all energy flow from the chains, rendering the core of the Hersher of Sentience useless. Senti's pouting. She said she didn't want to hear one word of apology from the old-timer because those sentimental words would become a burden.
I guess I'm a little worried about her having no way of communication. But I guess this is what they call between a rock and a hard place. Just like Zhao Yu. Just like the former principal. Which reminds me, I haven't had a chance to chat much with the principal lately. I'll go look for her once I'm finished in the shower.
Anti-entropy Salt Lake Base landing pad for Hyperion.
Principal.
Oh, it's you, Fuhua.
Are you inspecting the daily maintenance work on Hyperion, Principal?
I guess so. Or you could say I just like to keep myself busy. Although the Hershey of Dominance card isn't accounted for, over the past 2 months there have only been 2 Honkai incidents worldwide. Even if we really destroyed the Hershey, the period of inexplicable quiet we've had makes me really uneasy.
I bet, considering how many Honkai events and Hershers have showed up back to back to back, nothing happening for a while has to be terrifying.
In the previous era, there was a similar uneasy stillness before the birth of the 11th Hersher.
So, right now, the first Hersher has shown up, the second Hersher has shown up, the third, fourth, and fifth have shown up. The 9th have shown up, the 10th has shown up. Because we still haven't seen, like, Death and Fire still haven't happened. At the very least, like, before you get to Earth and Dominance. So, we know the numbers are still wrong. But the comparison she's obviously making is, like, between the gap. But I don't think looking at the gap of the 11th Hersher is what you should be doing. Because the order isn't right anyway.
What happened next? No, I shouldn't make this kind of analogy. The mistakes we made back then won't be repeated today.
I get why she would do it, though, because she's from the previous era.
After all, Keanu was fine, Wealth is fine, and everyone was composed, mature, and rational.
So this is also, like, a big part of things. The fact that, we've talked about it before, but now they're finally acknowledging it. The sheer fact that the Hershers in this era are completely different is worth taking into account. There are, at minimum, 3 on the side of humanity right now. And Owl and Wendy never lost themselves either. Anna, you could definitely make the argument, did. And I'm not sure if Dominance really did. Because Dominance was all people that had darkness in them, and it amplified that darkness. So I don't know if that is them actually succumbing to the evil Hersher personality, or just like the original Hersher of Dominance, like pulling that out and making them, like, of their own will want to do that. Oh, absolutely. Like, Anna fought back against it. And when she when she was, like, face-to-face with Owl, she had some personality left to her. But she was the only one that was, like, actively taken by the Honkai. Because even looking at Siren, again, similar to Wendy, was just Siren. She wanted to do the things she did. She was never taken over by the Honkai personality. She met the will of the Honkai, which led her to do what she did. But she was still her, and that goes on to Kiana, where the Hersher of the Void isn't, a deep Honkai personality. It's part of Siren. So very, very few of the Hershers have actually acted like Hershers in this time. Like, the fact that Teresa's finally bringing it up is like, yeah, maybe we should, like, talk about this more. What is it, Prince? Not that we shouldn't still consider Hershers, like, a problem and a threat, but we don't necessarily know that they all will be. And then even sentience. Like, sentience is just a pure being and doesn't not only doesn't want to destroy the world, just doesn't want anything to do with anyone because she's pouting.
Fuha, what kind of a person do you think I am? Something's been on my mind lately. As you know, my grandfather has been the Shixel Overseer for over 500 years, and he hasn't always been going against the tide. When he was young, Grandpa did a lot of righteous things, like adopting an orphan, listening to the people, and overthrowing his cruel predecessor. Which makes you think maybe a lot of decisions I've made were subconsciously influenced by him. Establishing St. Freya was great, rebelling against Shixel HQ was fine, but these were all his ideas. I want to walk a different path, so I need to break free of his influence. But it seems that he's affected me even more than I realized. I'm sorry. I didn't really think this through before I started talking. Please forget all this.
You don't need to give yourself so much pressure, Principal. You've done well. You should give yourself some time to breathe. Wow, I think she's the only one actually calling Teresa Principal. This is just like a situation. It's just like a situation Bronya was in once. Totally breaking free from your family's influence is not an easy thing to do. And in the process, we might doubt ourselves, become bitter, or feel hopeless. But I believe as long as you go forward at your own pace, a day will come where you are reconciled with the world, and you can experience true freedom.
Thank you, Fuha. But I am the principal, as well as the captain of the Far East Branch. When necessary, I must act decisively.
Anti-entropy has already arrested Kokolia, and one day we will have to bring the matter with Otter to a final conclusion. I don't think there's a responsibility you have to bear on your own, Principal.
Yeah, I understand.
Without any warning, the tactical comm device made its distinctive noise.
An emergency contact. Hello, this is Teresa.
Sorry to disturb your work, Teresa. There's a news segment that Shixel is currently broadcasting worldwide. I think you need to take a look at it. Hello to our friends around the globe. I am the overseer of the Shixel organization, Auto Apocalypse. As some of you may already know, during our lifetime, the Earth has periodically undergone so-called Honkai disasters. In previous broadcasts, in order to maintain secrecy, such events were referred to as unexplained disasters. According to Shixel Intel, Honkai arose with civilization's birth and came to prominence with its rise. It also has the ability to destroy civilization itself. But there's no need to panic. In August, Shixel's Far East Branch, in cooperation with the Anti-Entropy Organization, extinguished the latest manifestation of Honkai. In the 2 months since, Honkai events have been greatly reduced. Perhaps you've noticed in your everyday life. To me, this signifies the start of a new era in the battle between humanity and Honkai. Okay, but you know this is bullshit. The time when humanity will turn the tide and drive Honkai from the earth will soon be here. Honkai has already become less powerful, and a new generation of heroes has emerged. In light of these developments, everyone needs to know the truth, and Shixel needs to make a change. In conclusion, I, Auto Apocalypse, hereby step down from my position as Shixel Overseer and resign from the organization, effective immediately. My successor, Far East Branch Commander Teresa Apocalypse, will take over the Overseer position and will have authority over the Shixel organization. Huh? I am confident that under her leadership, the organization, as well as our world, will have a bright future. Excuse me? What a time to step down when you explain all this. So, This is definitely like some kind of political maneuver to me. I think that he knows something's going to happen. Either, okay, there's two things. Either, what I was saying first is he knows something's going to happen, and doing this will let him shift blame to Teresa rather than himself, and then be able to, like, come back and claim authority. Like, be like, look, I made everything better again. Believe in me forever. Or whatever he's stepping into doing, he knows he's going to die. Like, this could be what I was saying earlier with the truth of the leaf that Sue gave them. He might have to sacrifice himself in order to do something, and this might be the start of that. And he's doing this so as to not destabilize things when he actually just dies. But him giving it to Teresa is who, at this point, right now, is, at least, like, on paper, a traitor to Shixel. Is like, what? God, clearly she doesn't know what's going on. So either this is a ploy, this is a tactic of some kind to either get, like, make Teresa and the Hyperion faction look bad, or to gain some power they have back. Or it is actually just he genuinely believes in Teresa. And I think that's honestly totally possible.
Yeah, but is resigning?
Taking his statement literally, Otto has in fact resigned from his position as Shixel Overseer. But that isn't the only surprise. Just now we received a message from Shixel. Just like the news, just like they said on the news, they're inviting you to the old HQ in Vienna. They will hold a ceremony there, in which you will take over as Overseer. And then he tried to give overseership to Welt Joyce before. Ah, interesting. I didn't know about that. But that would make sense, because at that point, Anti-Entropy was still part of Shixel? See, it's Otto. So even as an Otto apologist, I can't read this with good intentions. There's something going on, he's doing something shady, or this is a ploy to let him do something shady. But,
And then what?
They've also announced that they determined the location of the Hersher of Dominance's core. They want us to go retrieve it in person. That's a trap, because we know Otto had that core. Late that night, Vienna suburbs.
Overseer, we received a message from Hyperion of the Far East Branch. Because of the time difference, key members of the Far East Branch, commanded by Teresa, will appear at the old HQ at 1500 tomorrow.
Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. Even though they know very well that this is bait for them, they have no choice but to take. Okay, he's even saying, like, yeah, no, this is a trap. After all, they can't overlook the fact that the core of the Hersher of Dominance has been found. And then, on the stage I've set, they will truly understand what Otto Apocalypse is thinking. And this understanding is the most critical variable in the plan.
I'll deal with welcoming guests tomorrow afternoon, Overseer.
No, I have a different mission for you tomorrow. As for receiving our guests from the Hyperion, I have other matters to attend to, so I will delegate that to someone else.
Yes, Overseer.
Alright, go get some rest. This weekend will be a long 48 hours. As the secretary who had served him for so many years quietly departed, the Overseer's office was silent once again. The Overseer's low mutterings could be heard more clearly. The dice have been rolled. I think Amber's design is really good. Amber's really cool. Now it's all up to fate. Otto Apocalypse hereby confirms that he has done everything he can in this game, with stakes higher than life or death.
It'll be an hour before the Hyperion lands. I'll go chat with everyone for a while.
When multiple target, yeah, okay. I know how. I've played games before. I know how this works. This is a cool suit. I don't know that I've had this one before. No charge. Chakrams are interesting. And then, yeah, okay, this sure is a Teresa. That lasts for a while, though.
Good afternoon, Dr. Einstein. Dr. Tessa.
Good afternoon, Madam Teresa.
Good morning. And time difference afternoon.
He looks great, but put your glasses back on. Dr. Tessa's exhausted. I just up Otto a few times when I see him.
Well, we don't know what Grandpa was thinking either.
You're more patient than I am, Teresa. She's put everyone on the ship through a lot. And he owes a debt to Joyce, Rihanna, and Joachim, who spilled their blood. I'm sorry, I shouldn't complain about these things in front of you. No matter how much we hate that guy, I'm still family to you. I apologize, I got a bit overexcited just now. No, there's no need to apologize. My grandfather has done a lot of things that let down anti-entropy. I just think this time... This time he's taking his theatrics way too far.
You could say that. I just have a feeling that Grandpa has slightly changed in some way.
Maybe that's true. But even so, he's still one of the most dangerous people in the world. We need to make sure we're on guard against any of his secret plots.
Yes, I understand, Doctor. If anything like that comes up, I'll defer to do my best to mediate.
Rin. White tiger. Tiger dragon, white tiger, left carbs. White tiger dashing, Pazo dragon, vermilion dance, amber dragon. Ah!
Good afternoon, Hua. Is this morning exercises?
No, hello, Principal. Oh, I guess it's technically afternoon now. Was I bothering anyone?
No, I just came by to say hello. And recently, you've always been training in the simulation. It's been a while since you've done it outside, eh?
Very observant of you, Principal. And I wouldn't say that I'm working out right now. You could say I'm cultivating inner peace. As you know, I met overseer Otto 500 years ago. I've seen him do good, and I've seen him do evil. I've been the victim of his betrayal and the recipient of his kindness. His good deeds and bad can hardly be spoken of together. But it makes for a confusing relationship with him. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Because this is everything that I've said about Otto. But as someone that has known him for 5 centuries, very, very complicated between the two of them. Enough about that. If anti-entropy does their best to cooperate with us, we'll all be grateful. Anti-entropy does their best to cooperate with us. But Principal, don't you think that the force they left at the Salt Lake base is too weak? If the Herrscher of Reason Corps isn't with Welt.
Yes, after our conference of war, I also expressed my concerns about that to them in private. By claiming Mr. Welt, many anti-entropy forces who were previously operating independently were assigned to the Salt Lake base, including May's father, Mr. Yoma, Sinmal from Kikolia's orphanage, and Ada, the AI responsible for the Arhat recovery project.
Sounds like a difficult plan. They've neither trained together, not to mention fought a battle together. But the conclusion of the conference was clear. Spreading troops out in defensive positions is too passive. We must concentrate our limited forces in one location.
Luckily, radar and satellite surveillance shows no sign of Shixel World Serpent deploying troops.
At this point, we have to trust our own judgment. Tactical operations always carry some unavoidable risk.
And without May there, the risk of World Serpent launching an attack on anti-entropy is very low.
Yes. May's probably improved a lot in her new environment. She must really be strong to go out of her comfort zone like that.
Just like you, Fuhua. You've also improved a lot.
Principal,
You started to walk your own path, not to be overshadowed by others. To tell the truth, I was mostly unqualified to be a principal, but with such a good group of students, I believe there will come a day where not only for you, but also for myself, I will leave a mark in this world.
Principal.
Ah, really? I'm giving myself goosebumps as a sentimental stuff. Okay, I shouldn't disturb my own students' exercises. Talk to you later.
See you later, Principal. Hi, Kiana.
Good afternoon, Kiana.
Sinmel and Ada and Ren Ryoma, it's good to hear of them all again. Sinmel and Ada I haven't heard about in a while. Ryoma I got to see last night where Welt had the poor man have to go put up a poster about their new movie to try to not have Himiko go to what is the Nevada base. Ryoma in the mangas is so funny because he pops up for like a second here and there in most of them, but I've yet to like really actually sit down and see him. And I know that he's like working with Siegfried to like fix Siegfried up, but also he gets sent on the stupidest jobs all the time. I'd love to see him in game because I don't think I've ever seen him in game yet.
Good afternoon, Auntie. That's right. In public settings, I should call you Principal. Did you come on deck just to look at the scenery, Principal?
Ada is AE, visual novel, previous era, AI. Sinmal makes sense. They're in internet. Yeah, no, it's been a while since I've. I don't know if I've seen Ada actually. I've definitely seen Sinmal. But yeah, and I don't know. I want to see more Ryoma. I want to see more Siegfried. The fact that he hasn't shown up in the game as important as he is crazy.
Yeah, I guess so. After all, later we'll have to face that. I want to come on deck and take a walk, clear my mind, and chat with everyone. And maybe to recall some things from the past alone. Oh dear, I really made the mood too serious, haven't I? No, it's not that bad, right? You must be familiar with European geography, Principal. At least know your peaks in the distance the Alps. I think that's right. Shixel's HQ is located in the eastern North Range. Before the floating isles were constructed, this airway was extremely busy. In those days, it wasn't just the Valkyries who used it, but it was also the trading partners of the three houses. Fire Emblem. Speaking of which, his memories is on the Hershey core. Looks like my dad also flew planes around here. And her. All three of us squeezed into the same fighter. And then... Until 2007, the old HQ contained some research facilities. Including the one that produced the K-Series clones, right? Huh? Kiana, you remember what happened back then? To be precise, I saw it in memories left in the Hershey core. It happened when I was 9 years old, so I didn't understand what was going on at the time. I remember from back then when my old man rescued me from that lowlife, completely unaware that I wasn't really his daughter. Okay. You're undoubtedly his daughter now, Kiana Kozlana. It's best to leave the past behind you. Yeah, maybe that's what my old man was hoping for. That by inheriting her name, it would engrave his kindness into my memory. I looked just like her back then. To make a Hershey vessel, Ada used her genes to create me, a genetically modified clone. But she never resented me for all that. She only treated me like her own sister.
Okay, so there was a time period where the three of them were together.
She wasn't just a partner to my father, she freed me from my genes. In order to protect me, she even... Yes, I know. Grandpa used to tell me after the incident that sister of yours was receiving specialized care at HQ, but I know. Based on the memories in the Hershey Corps, after the incident, she was already...
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I still think Kiana is Durandal.
No longer in this world.
The two of them fell silent for a while. From Kiana's perspective, if it wasn't for that accident when they were escaping that year, she might still be wandering, but maybe she wouldn't be alone. And Teresa knew that Siegfried's whereabouts had been unclear ever since the World Serpent had raided Anti-Entropy's base in Alamogordo, New Mexico.
We have a lot of scores to settle with that man. But at the moment, putting a stop to the series of Hershey dominance incidents is more important. I understand, Principal. It's just the past few months, I've seen many fragments of the past in that car. At the moments of opportunity like this, I want to talk it over with someone who understands the situation. Please excuse my immature behavior, Principal. Now, this is exactly why I say you've improved, Kiana. Before you put on a happy face to cover up your pain, I wouldn't share your feelings with anyone. You've learned how to share your pain with other people, and it's a big improvement, I promise you. Really? Whenever someone compliments me like that, I get embarrassed. Of course, as principal, I notice my students' improvement. The Hyperion won't land for another hour, so let's just go watch the scenery go by. Okay. Thank you, Principal.
Oh hey, it's those two. It's the Vodka Twins. They exist again. You came just in time, Principal. But I'll need your help. Ooh, this is a new suit.
Huh? What happened? Principal Teresa. Brownie wants us to divide into teams for combat drills, but we're struggling to split the 4 of us into evenly matched teams.
And on top of that, Roselia insists on being on the same team as Lilia.
It's because Brownie refuses to take it easy on us, so too. How are we supposed to beat the Hershey plus a stigma carrier without training?
If they take it easy on us in drills, then the training is useless.
But is it any better if we're on separate teams? We'll cooperate less effectively in battle in that case.
Oh, hello. Could it be that you two just suck? I don't know why I didn't think of this before. The two of them are basically Mantis. Like, they're Cocolia-made Mantis, but they're fused with Honkai that gave them animalistic deformities. They're pretty much like first generation Mantis.
Get back, Sheila. I'll give them a lesson in self-defense. Okay. I'll behave myself.
I like your little hat.
Just let me out for some fresh air.
This is a trap? This is a trick?
Oh, alright. But don't bully them, okay? I know. It's not gonna kill anyone. Relax. Alright, from the bit that I heard, I think I understand why you guys need me. I can make a team with Olympia and Talon, Brandy, and Sheila. So the teams will be evenly matched, right?
Yeah. Good plan, Principal. That was exactly Bruno's idea.
Okay, there's still some time before landing, and there's nothing else we need to do while aboard. Awesome! Because Chase and joining us, the Vodka Girls will be the #1 group in Europe!
Rosa, we aren't entering a talent show. Since Principal's agreed, let's get started. Please feel free to give me some tips, Principal Teresa. Ow, ow. I was looking at Teresa's thing. I'm slow. Oop. Where is it?
Yeah, we won! Vodka Girls are number one!
ロザリア
Rosalia, how can you be that excited? So
バカに
stupid.
なるでも
But Bologna thinks Rosalia has improved a lot. You can keep up with Principal in combat. It's pretty good. Did you hear that, Lilia? Apparently said it herself.
少なくとも
At least you didn't make yourself dizzy this time. Hey, that's uncalled for, Branya.
先に言って
I told you as long as I don't get dizzy, I can beat you all single-handed.
館内放送です。
Attention,
デッキにい
attention,
る
all
皆さん、ハイ
passengers
ペ
on
リ
deck.
4号は
In half an hour,
30分後
Hyperion
に
will be landing on
ウィーン郊
schedule at the
外ハロ
former
スタンの
Shixel
旧
HQ
天
in
命本部
Colston
に
near
着陸
Vienna.
します。
All passengers,
皆さん
please
は
take your
直
seats
ち
in
に
the
時
cabin.
間が経つのは早いわね
Time went by so
学
fast.
園長
Principal,
手分けしてデッキ
Let's
を
split
確
up
認
and
し
do
ま
an
しょう
inspection of the deck. If the people didn't pay attention to the announcement, someone might get hurt on landing.
それ
there's
に
no
天
way of
命が
knowing
ど
what
う
kind
いう
of
方
welcome
法で
we'll get
私
from
たちを
Shixel.
そうね
That's true.
慎重に
Let's
対
gather
応す
everyone
るよ
together
う
and
にと
proceed with caution.
もし必要なら
If necessary,
他の人は
just
顔
so
を
you
見せない
and to be doctors and I can make contact with the welcoming
私
party.
とネゲン
The
トロ
others
ッキ
don't
ー
need
の
to
博士
reveal
た
that
ちが
they're
向こう
here
と
yet.
できる限りキア
is
ナ
that
を
to
守る
protect
ため
Kiana?
ですね
Yeah.
何
After
しろ
all, so many things in the
過
past
去
have
の
shown
こと
us
ある意味
that in a way,
この
Grandpa
世で
cares
最も
more
お
about
じ
her
い
than
様
anyone
が
else
気
in
に
the
して
world,
いるのは
and not the rest of us.
I mean, she is the first time that, like, the body personality didn't awaken, but a personality in the body of an existing person did. Because she is just Siren. But that's because of the Hersher core, not because of, like, anything he did. Oh. This is a little overwhelming. Please switch the character to deploy.
私はただの学生。
Huh.
どこに私はただの学生。だから
This is the... Okay. That didn't actually do anything.
わ
This is the new protagonist, right?
また私の
Okay, cool. They give me versions of these. That is not Flame Scion. That is... They give me a Colin? Interesting. Alright, I do want to definitely try Flame Scion. I will not... I assume that's Colin, because that's how she, like, dresses, but it is in the Kiana section. Who else would I want to try? Senti? Yeah, you know what, fuck it, sure. Fourteen fifth up, well.
Calliston, the previous Shixel HQ.
ただいま
I'm back.
Story recap.
以上
I don't
僕の
need a
後継者
recap.
で
声明の文章による
そして
Something happened here. Ooh, fast.
マントが長くなったからちょっと慣れないや。
Hi, Dury.
不朽なる刃
Don, the captain of the immortal blades in service of the of overseer Otto Apocalypse, hereby welcomes Teresa Apocalypse of the Far East Branch.
そんなにかしこまらなくて
No
いい
need for the
わよ
formalities, Durandal. As you're probably aware, the situation is quite complex, so let's get straight to the point.
これから
What are the plans for the handoff of the overseer position? And are there any clues about the location of the Hersher Corps?
司教様は辞任の手続きで大
Overseer said
忙
he's
し
busy with matters related to his resignation.
そのため
He ordered
私
me
は
to assist you all with, the
立社コアの影
with
響を受けた
investigating
エリアの
areas
探
that
索
are
に
affected by the
全
Hersher's
力
core
で協力それ
dominance.
から以前司教様は
Hersher
支
of
配
dominance
劇
is
場の
core.
痕跡と
and himself in the ruins of the Theater of Domination, the second divine key, Cosmic Juggernaut, Overseer once linked to the imaginary tree. He speculates that it may have been those actions that caused this area to be affected by the Herrscher Core. After all, after the Vimo labs were destroyed by World Serpent, some accessories of Cosmic Juggernaut were shipped here to the old HQ. Slow down! What did you just say? Otto used the ruins of the Theater of Domination? When did he do that? 1 month ago. The Herrscher of Dominance was defeated long before that. Anti-entropy has no way of entering the Theater of Domination, much less making use of it. Perhaps Overseer can answer these questions himself, but I'm unable to contact him at the moment. His situation is indeed embarrassing, but this has always been the way he's done his work. It's not your fault. Grandpa has always avoided responsibility like this, especially when he's plotting something. Perhaps. But it was his assistance that I was able to reconnect the bubble universe I was protecting to the imaginary tree. I am grateful to him for this. Reconnecting the bubble universe to the imaginary tree. That's an impossible task. But at the moment we have no way of knowing Otto's real purpose for doing this. Even though we can clearly infer that he used Mr. Rondel to do it. Mr. Rondel, when you said that traces of the Herrscher Core appeared around the former HQ, what did you mean by that? I was literally referring to space-time anomalies. Overseer believes these anomalies are likely related to an out-of-control Herrscher Core. And given that, the unaccounted-for Herrscher of Dominance Core is naturally our prime suspect. That's plausible, but it depends on what kind of space-time anomalies you're referring to. More investigation is needed to know specifically. But it seems that space-time data from a historical era is being projected into the space-time we inhabit. Oh, historical space-time data is being projected into our current space-time. Huh? Hold on, you're talking about space-time projection? Haven't you done research on that, mophead? Do you know what you're saying, Shixel-S-rank Valkyrie? You should refer to me as Dr. Einstein in front of others, Dr. Tesla. But Mr. Rundle, Dr. Tesla does have reason to be upset. In our reality, bending space-time requires an incredible amount of mass or energy, and space-time projection requires even more. Generally speaking, only on the other side of the singularity, such as in the Sea of Quanta or imaginary tree, can such a thing happen naturally. In other words, outside of extremely unusual circumstances, such a phenomenon would not occur on Earth. But if what you're saying is true, Mr. Rundle, the unfortunate conclusion is that the place will soon face an imaginary dimensional bleed, like the one in Nagazora City. Imaginary dimensional bleed? That's when our real world becomes corrupted by singularities and faces assimilation into imaginary space. Thank you for the explanation. Unlike in Nagazora, Shixel hasn't detected singularities here. Could that really happen? Very simple. If the singularity turns out to be out-of-control Herrscher Core, it might have ended up within imaginary space. If so, our current situation may be the result of reaching a delicate balance, much like the apparent stability in Nagazora City a few years ago. If that balance is broken, the situation could quickly erupt into chaos. Why am I going along with Otto's story? I haven't seen any actual evidence. In any case, if the space-time projection is real, then Otto has really made our lives difficult. Just like the second eruption. Although this is a serious concern for all of us, let's make use of the time we have. Should we explore the areas with anomalies together? For both Shixel and anti-entropy. Stopping Honkai is our ultimate responsibility. Chill. But as I'm sure you understand, because of the Overseer, there are some unavoidable difficulties when it comes to deploying troops. How about this, Durandal? You and I go analyze the anomalies ourselves. Hey, Teresa, don't you think it's a little risky? It's no problem. Even if you consider giving a hostage to Shixel, it makes more sense to send me than anyone else in Hyperion. But I see. Considering past events, it's normal that Teresa-senpai would have some apprehension. Then please let me leave some civilian Immortal Blade personnel aboard Hyperion to further our cooperation. What do you think? This sounds fair. Giving us some of their people as hostages as well. I was inclined to think that Duranda was just a puppet of Otto. But she has shown her sincerity, so perhaps we can get something done together just this once. Anti-entropy has no problem with this arrangement in principle.
It says that Teresa isn't technically staff, but when it comes to gathering intelligence, she might not be the most efficient. So I request that Dr. Tesla accompanies you two during your exploration. If she has basic self-defense skills, there won't be any problems. Yeah, her mech piloting skills are world-class. Hey, you guys can do an agreement that easily? Hey, no one asked for my opinion? What? Dr. Tesla, would you rather stable the Hyperion and take responsibility for contacting Otto if necessary? Huh? Give that job to someone else who wants it. I don't want to hear that scoundrel's voice again. But look, we're the only two technical staffs on Hyperion. Okay, I get it. I'll go with them. Teresa, Durandal, let's go. If we don't agree, we'll be lowering ourselves to mopheads level. Good luck, Dr. Tesla. On my right stands the old palace of the three houses. Space-time production occurs right in the small town at the foot of the monument. Barkley. Ah, look at this low-poly environment. None of the central staff have been withdrawn from the dangerous area, and there's no sign of the anomalies are expanding. Maybe Teresa is more familiar with Colostin than I am, but has Dr. Tessa been here before? Why are they coming to a place full of corrupt officials? I'm not talking about you two. Sorry. Okay, I understand. Anyway, I'll continue with the briefing. Based on the results of our preliminary investigation, data from the 15th century is overlapped with space-time here. But seeing is believing, so we'll have to confirm for ourselves, starting with that square. We'll use equipment that works in conjunction with the Genius device. Obtain Chip Aegis of Faith level 1. Valkyries get less stuff. This is a Genius style where you can equip chips to enhance its capacity. Tap blank square to get available chips. Tap it again to remove it. Please no. There's the problem. Wait. There we go. Iko. Run, Kiana, run! Tap here to leap. Oh, I can jump! What a new world this is! Look at me go! So I assume this was after a post-Honkai Odyssey. Or at least after it started. Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, no, flame sounds really cool. Consume ether energy to charge the device and switch space-time. Besides, it has other uses to be discovered. With the data being projected onto our space-time, we receive fragments of ancient data like this. These fragments can take the form of small physical objects, sounds, or even feelings. You guys can check it out for yourselves. You feel that your limbs have been tied to something. Your head is spinning and you can only sense that you are lying down. You feel something cold touch your abdomen. You sense that you are bleeding, but you don't feel any pain. The dizziness gets more intense and then suddenly disappears. Ah, someone was killed there. Feels as if you are running down an alley. You are desperate, but you are unable to make a sound. You feel peculiar stabbing pains through your body, and then the series of sensations vanish. Don't worry, Senti, I'll try you out too at some point. Wow,
あまり
that was
心地の
not
い
a
い体
comfortable
験じゃない
experience.
わ
Sleeping
ね
in that area must have been
修
tough.
正まあそれは置いておい
But there
て
were so many back-to-backs.
こ
It
こ
seemed
の
like this
新
place
食
is
堂を
way
見
more
る限
corrupted
り
than I thought.
私少なくとも
At
建
least
物
there
が
wasn't
空
anything like
中
a
にあった
building
り
lifting into the
女
sky
た
or
ち
mobs
死
of
人
dead
たちが
people
大
running
少
around.
し待ってて
Oh,
こ
wait a
この
minute.
新食堂
I've
ご
been
と
created
に
a
プログラ
program
ムを
to,
実行し
to
て
try to locate
異
the
常
source
点
of
を
the
検出
anomalies. The doctors with the twin red ponytails pulled out the security cameras from the Titan she drove, and her fingers flew over the keyboard. Countless commands rolled across the screen at an equally frantic rate. Finally, an image from the security camera appeared.
よし
Okay,
信号強
it
度の
appears to have a
分布は
regular
規則
signal
的だよ
strength
ね
distribution.
あの辺はどういう場所なの
What's in that direction?
カロスタン町の中心
The Coldstone Town
Iris
Center,
広場です
Rogue Square.
広
Oh,
場
the town
ね
square?
わかった
Okay, let's go take a
そ
look.
の広場
There's
に行ってみましょう
99.7% chance they'll find
99.
something
な
useful
そういえ
there.
ばあんたた
Do
ち
you
が
now-
99.7%
Do you now the
分かってる
significance of 99.7%? It's 3 standard deviations from the mean. Okay, shut up, Tesla.
テスラ博士
We test your
あな
judgment,
た
Dr.
はい
Tesla.
はいバルキリー
Okay,
は数
okay,
学の
new
話
doctors.
が
Don't let
苦
you hear
手
me
な
talk
のね
about math. I want to break the boxes. Ah, maybe I don't want to activate it. Oh, whoa! Yo, that's cool. Alright, Senti. What do you got? Okay. Okay, wait, no, she's really cool. Alright, we are finally in the era of fun to use characters.
殴れるものなら殴ってごらん
注意してね
任せて
It's my time.
It's my time. Oh, okay, this is hers.
アフタヌーンティーに
Why is she speaking English? Viola, where are you? Viola!
これは一体何なん
What
だ
the heck is this?
どうしたのでしょうか
What's the problem? Is someone calling
急
for
いで
help?
確認しましょう
Hey, check.
アフタヌーンティーにしようか
Run, white girl, run. Oh, was I not supposed to fight them? Why is this one not moving?
やはり私を頼るんですね殴れるものなら殴ってごらん
任せて It's my time.
With Otto? Yeah, okay. But this is Otto in the past. Restoration failed. 4 fowls went to the sea, and a giant fish swallowed them in whole. Only 3 left. This is a core skill, Bernoulli Impact. It can shatter rocks or knock enemies back. Please note, casting core skills cost ether energy. In addition, you can also check available core skills in the genie style.
休憩時間ですから先人の知恵を教えてあげます
アフタヌーンティーにしようか
I'm seeing if there's anything around here, or I guess I just have to fight 4 of these.
私の番ね
やっと生きてる人間に会えた
Thank God I finally found a living
女の
person.
子を見かけな
Did any of you
カ
happen
ー
to see a
ルがかか
girl?
った銀色の
He had silver hair and a ponytail,
ベレー帽を
wearing a
かぶってい
beret
る
about a head shorter than
お
me.
じいさん
Grandpa,
In the Colston Town Center, the three investigators of the space-time anomaly came upon a familiar yet strange figure. Right now, they still aren't aware what kind of impact this little disturbance will have on the world in the future. War unlocked in recollection. Right ahead is a pile of rocks. I was about to do that. My load increased.
Afternoon tea にしようか。
Alright, Atosho. Oh, let me just make sure I understand the situation. You mean the year is currently 2017 AD? You were all people from that time, and you recognize me.
If not, why do they call you Grandpa?
But if what you're saying is true, how would I have lived for over 500 years? You gave yourself mechanical prosthetics. That's a way to describe it. Yeah, you also used a Trojan program to steal somebody else's body. No matter what you say, I don't trust you. Prove that you're really from the 15th century first. The fact that you're here is strange enough. The leaks of space-time data in this area can hardly be compared to a living person like you. That's reason enough to be suspicious, but I also sense the future me has done a lot of things that are unacceptable to you.
Not only unacceptable, you... Forget it. If it's really the 15th century you, beating you up would be of no use. It's pointless to worry about the future of a parallel universe.
Parallel universe? Makes sense. At least it avoids temporal paradoxes.
Yeah, that's basic common sense. Well, now's not the time to chat about such things. Teresa, Durandal, what should we do with this guy? Have him returned 500 years ago? But I just suggested, Doctor. The man in front of us could be my grandfather acting as someone else.
Doesn't look like he's faking it, but if you want to take him aboard Hyperion to investigate, I wouldn't be opposed to it. The way I see it, our primary objective is still to explore this anomalous space. Oh, you have a point, but I think we should try to eliminate some possibilities in case this guy's a ticking time bomb. Looks like that future me really scared you guys.
Did I ask you to keep talking? Do you know what the guy who shares your ugly face has done?
No, clearly he doesn't.
Do you need me to list all the things for you?
Dr. Tesla, please control yourself. I know Overseer has done many things in the past that upset you, but the situation now is more important than past grievances. It's because things are so chaotic now. I'm someone familiar yet strange to you, and you don't know where I came from. It was mysterious to me too. As soon as the battle ended, the battlefield transformed and the people vanished without a trace.
The battlefield?
Yes. Just now we defeated Chixel HQ's main army in the town. We wiped out their honor guards.
Wait, you, Auto Apocalypse, command an army that defeated forces of Chixel HQ? What time did you come from?
Upon hearing this, the man claiming to be Otto muttered to himself for several seconds. I think it's like this. Our histories are quite similar, right? The American campaign did happen in 1491, and Chixel Overseer Otto did command a rebel army that defeated forces from Chixel HQ.
My grandfather was the rightful successor to the Overseer position, but due to some unfortunate events, his sister and nephew took power. The reign of terror of those two lasted for more than 10 years. So my grandfather overthrew them with the support of the people. If I may be blunt, I can't imagine how someone like that would win popular support, or at least through some clever tricks.
Indeed. Rather than talking about my personal abilities, it's better to say that I was willing to serve as a symbol of the will of the people. The people didn't unite around me, they united around the legend of the Holy Maid.
The legend of the Holy Maid? The Maiden of Chixel. Are you talking about Colin Castellano?
Of course. I don't know any other holy maids in this world. Colin. She died because of me. It was a time when I couldn't bear the guilt. I thought I would spend the second half of my life trying to escape myself. At that time, I didn't dare face the world without her. I fled to a small island used as a cemetery by the people of Venice. I opened a monastery there that cared for orphans. I was in the nobility, so in those dark days I was at least able to do something I wanted. And the ordinary people ruled by Chixel were thoroughly disillusioned. Their daily life was unbearable. Perhaps it was because the vast majority of people felt trapped. The Holy Maid became a source of faith. You said faith? Yeah. They believed that Colin was the only holy maid in the world. They believed Colin's death would atone for the sins of all living beings. They made her a Jesus. They revered anyone and anything related to a holy maid, and resisted the rule of Shixel with its face. And you cleverly used them to take the position of overseer for yourself. Well, there's no need to think of it like that. Huh? Looking at you, I think you would definitely do something like that. You've plotted against the inventor who created the Celine, suppressed Chixel's most powerful factory, and assassinated the first Hershey was fighting for humanity. You don't know your stupid plan to stop. You don't know that your stupid plan to stop the first Hershey's successor and release the second Hershey resulted in millions of deaths? I mean, no. Calm down, Dr. Tesla. The person standing in front of you is not the one you're criticizing. Indeed, you and him are not the same. He's a shameless, contemptible man, but you may not be. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have judged you by your appearance, but I hope you understand that to us, the man named Autopocalypse is known as a lot of things, but a good person is not one of them. No need to apologize. Thank you. Huh? What you said has allowed me to see myself clearly, future doctor. There's a hole in my heart that even time cannot heal. The more I pursued the glory of the Holy Maid, the more darkness and pain I suffered. It's a position with no antidote. I have done human experiments and killed my supporters. There's a risk that I will fall into the endless darkness. Trying to emulate the Holy Maid is a kind of suffering, a discipline, a constraint. If I can return to my own world after this encounter, I will give up my right of inheritance to the overseer position. In this civil war, I made changes to the structure of New Shixel, but it would be fine without me. Without me, Shixel would not only survive, it would be closer to the ideals of the Holy Maid. So to me, the right of inheritance was just a symbol of my own obsessions. Thanks to you, I'm able to see it from a new perspective, and reach a completely different conclusion. Your self-reflection is admirable, Otto from another world. Just as at the moment, we are faced with some difficult problems, so we don't have time to chat for long. New enemies are showing up on radar again. Prepare for battle. Dr. Tesla, would you check if Mr. Otto has any of the near-spatial anomalies? Huh? I thought you had just resolved that. Why do you suddenly think... Oh, I get it. It is possible. Worth a try. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Hold on, you'll understand when the results come out. Stand there and don't move, Mr. Otto. Perhaps this inspection will help you return to your own world. Where are we going? Oh, there it is. Just how'd it go? I've already adjusted the parameters. Put on those glasses and take a look. Are these the strings of a puppet? Could it be that incident has now something to do with the Hershey of Dominance? Huh. If we had known this, then the incident wouldn't have been so unexpected. No wonder we couldn't find the Hershey core before. It's no entangling innocent people from another dimension. Can our active Shixel S-rank Valkyrie take a look at this? It's because of your unique perspective that we were able to find this clue so quickly. Yeah, this really seems similar to the puppet strings explained in the report. Doctor, if we follow this trail, can't we? It's not that simple. It's possible that our target is not based in the same dimension. But don't worry, thanks to being repeatedly harassed by those puppets, Anti-Entropy is becoming experts at this game. In short, we have sufficient data. We can calculate the location of the core, and use the power of the Hershey of the Void to seize it. This way, we can solve the problem without space-time anomalies, and send Mr. Otto back to his own era. Then what do you need me to do? Walk back and forth. You need to observe the puppet strings from separate locations, at least 300 meters between them. During this time, I'll use the new data to increase the precision of the calculations, and notify Kiana to begin preparations for Hyperion. Then Teresa-senpai and I will be on guard duty. If everyone works together, we can avoid the problems of splitting up.
Yeah, but we need to notify everyone at Hyperion about the situation. I assume Shixel has no objections.
No objections. Sounds good. Now aboard Hyperion. How about my chest? Okay, we understand the situation. Looks like our intel has been confirmed. Ah, what intel? That's what the one who provided the intel explained. Surprise! Hi, Tessa Senpai. Do you remember me? I'm Elizabeth McSmith. But my Shixel colleagues call me Nagamitsu. Wait. Who are you? Oh, I knew it. You're so busy, of course you wouldn't remember a recent assistant who showed up late to an interview. I didn't want to weird you out just now. I'm a big fan of Tessa Senpai. The Tonsuka event was awesome. Okay, but really, who are you? My full name is now Elizabeth Nagamitsu McSmith. I meant what do you do? I'm currently the head of Shixel's ST-1504 Nagamitsu Lab, Senpai. That's where I got my nickname. Okay, why not just say that you're Shixel's technical staff? So, what were you saying to Einstein before? Just now, I use supercomputers to calculate the unusual multi-dimensional Honkai energy distribution. In a minute, I'll send you the results. She is actually here, because she's not, glitching or, like, squaring like the holograms do. It shows that the energy characteristics of the four inspection points are very similar to those of the Theatre of Domination. They might arise from the same source. This is evidence that Mr. Otto's assertions were accurate. Assertions? What assertions? Didn't Bianca, I mean Mr. Rondo, tell you already? We've used the Theatre of Domination for our experiments before, so it's quite possible these anomalies could arise from a fragment of the lost Hershey of Dominance core. This is what Otto had said about the matter. I thought you guys had already heard. Alright, Garner did tell us about this. That's just now, you said calculations were evidence. Could it be that you don't even know how Otto arrived at this conclusion? I'll tell the mayor what you know. Shixel's ordinary members aren't involved in strategic decisions like that without Mr. Otto's approval. So if we're confused about the reason behind the decision, we have to investigate for ourselves to find the truth. Okay, I do understand this. Years ago I did some work for that guy. Getting back on topic, aside from the Honkai energy distribution, did you discover anything more specific? If Tessa Senpai wants to collect all the relevant data, I suggest you go to ST-537 Church, ST-1491 Square, and the east end of Kazana Street. Typical Shixel. Oh, it is Saint. Okay. Naming everything Saint, this and Saint that. That's a tradition. After the Civil War in 1491, some streets and buildings that were named after people had their names changed to commemorate important years. It isn't even a stranger to use names like C Street and Fifth Avenue. Okay, you're free to use whatever names you want. It's better than Auto Apocalypse Avenue anyway. Saint 537 Church, Saint 1491 Square, and East Kazana Street. These are in the northeastern, western, and southeastern parts of town, respectively. You can go to Saint 1491 Street first, which is closest to your current location. Then you can head east to Saint 537 Church, and visit Kazana Street last. Yeah, sounds like a good route. After we collect data from these locations, so we attend the Hyperion and meet up with Kiana. Then we can plan how to enter the space where the Hershey core is located. Hold on please, Mom Teresa. Kiana has something to say to you herself.
Principal, I can understand your desire to protect us. But now the immortal blades of Shixel and Miss Nagamitsu are helping us. Everyone wants to end this chaos caused by the Hershey of Dominance as soon as possible. So in this situation, as someone who has the strength of the Hershey of the Void, I want to do more to help. Please at least let me join the exploratory team, Principal. This way we can adapt to the situation more easily and use my powers more efficiently.
Bologna understands how Kiana feels. Perhaps it would be difficult for Kiana to help directly this time, but Kiana can play a role. If Principal is still worried, then let me go with Kiana. Ronnie and the others can easily guard the Hyperion.
We're here to help Dr. Einstein and Brownie, though. I understand how you feel, it's just that...
If possible, please let Kiana join the expedition, Teresa-senpai. We had the chance to meet before in Ark City in North Africa. The fact that she beat the Hershey of Dominance 2 months ago is really impressive. I really hope to establish a better relationship with Miss Kiana.
If you know who gives any trouble, I think we'll have no trouble dealing with it, but Mr. Ando won't let anything bad happen, Tezu Senpai. Since you're smart in every other way, it's a shame that you say some dumb things. Not for making fun of you. If Mr. Otto ordered you to break the bubble universe you were protecting before, what would you have done? To be honest, I wouldn't have complied with the order. Although I am a subordinate, that doesn't mean my life's work is to do what he wants me to. Look, she's realistic and sincere. Her ideas aren't so difficult from your own. On top of that, the things she requested from Mr. Otto have finally been resolved. Now she's a much freer Valkyrie. That's enough, Nagamitsu. You can't force others to change their viewpoints for your own reasons. Don't only apologize. How about I prepare some sweet tea next time you come to the lab? Anyway, Teresa-senpai, the Immortal Blade will wholeheartedly assist anti-entropy in exploring. And instead, to increase efficiency, I'll meet up with Kiana first, proceed to St. 1491 Square to collect data, and then investigate the other 2 locations. If there are no objections, let's get moving. All the chest. All the chest. Alrighty though, I think this is where I will end for today. I'm getting sleepy. So yeah, we will pick up here next time. This is definitely a interesting chapter, and having it be this like open world is also really interesting. Yeah, I'm very excited to have more of this going forward. I just like every time I get more and more excited for this series. It's very good. Hold on, I'm coming back. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna say hey Deva. Tell me how to pronounce it. I'm bad at pronouncing things. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you do come back and enjoy things in the future. Let's see if there's anyone playing a cool game, because I don't have a lot of people on right now. Ooh, someone's playing Raincoat. I'll just send it over to them. Alright, but yeah, we'll be back next week with more HI3. Tomorrow I'm going to be finishing World End Club, come hell or high water. Wednesday will be Class of 09, the re-up. I hope everyone's excited for that. I'm going to lose my mind. And then Friday we're starting Eternal Darkness. I'm excited for that. I hope you all are as well. But for now, I shall see you all again in the future. Bye-bye now.